Match Day Live, the build-up.
With Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There you go, the voice of the Toon Army. Welcome to NUFC Talk Radio Match Day Live, the Toon Twins, Tim and Peter. We are live on DAB radio across Newcastle, Gateshead and Concert, on YouTube and the website nufcradio.com. So we've got the Chelsea at Stamford Bridge today against Newcastle. So we're joined today by Sean. Good to have you on, mate, as we'll preview this one.
Absolute pleasure.
So, yeah, good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Yeah, we'll get our teeth into it. A lot to discuss because there's a lot going on around the game, isn't there, as well? It's a massive schedule for Newcastle lately, and this is one of many massive games that we'll have coming up. So, yeah, we'll get into it all. Before we do, make sure you are subscribed to the channel out there. Hit the like button and get involved as well in the live chat. We do want to hear your thoughts. If you want your thoughts and your comment to be read out, guaranteed to be read out, give us a super chat if you can. And don't forget to become a member by joining NT TV Plus for $4.99, which includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. And supporting the channel really helps us to deliver daily Newcastle United content. And if you are listening on radio, once again, we are also live on YouTube, where you'll see plenty of opinions coming in. Right, okay. So, yeah, Chelsea away at Stamford Bridge. I'll come to you first, Sean. Basically, how are you feeling about the game?
A little bit nervous, obviously, because a lot of I think the players are going to have Barca on the mind. But I'm actually excited as well to see if we're going to keep that mentality, how we played against Barca. Are we going to do it against Chelsea, or are we going to up our game to try and play against Barca to get through the next round? It would be really interesting to see how we actually play.
Definitely. What do you think, Peter?
Well, it's a bit like what's that opening quote from Exit Wounds? It says, it's such a beautiful day. Pleasure for me to be here. I'd love to tell you all just to sit back and relax and enjoy yourselves, but unfortunately, I may or may not be able to tell you to do that. We'll see. But I think this is a massive game in terms of our Premier League finish, if you like, where we can and can't finish. I just feel like it's a big game that we probably have to win, and I think if we don't win it, then I can't see us getting any more than Conference League.
Yeah. Before I go ahead, we've just got Laura Toon Wifey has just became a member. Really appreciate that. Spot on, yeah. So thanks very much for your support, and yeah, enjoy everything that comes with it, Laura. And we've got David in the chat as well. Good to have you on board, mate. But yeah, I think maybe we might need Steven Seagal today. We'll certainly see. Because Chelsea away is it's notorious for being a really difficult place for us to go, isn't it? Newcastle. So, I mean, just quickly, I'll touch upon this now. I mean, one of the few away wins we've got at Chelsea was the famous Papis Cisse double, wasn't it? And me and Peter were lucky to be there that night. So I'll never forget that. Seeing him swing his right leg at that, and just it's like slow motion watching that ball dip over Petr Cech. Amazing moment. Were you watching that live, Sean?
I was. That was an absolute cork of a goal.
Aye.
Where it just swung. The curl on that was just amazing. And to beat a keeper like Petr Cech, outstanding keeper. It was just quality.
It was only afterwards, right, when we realised just how much curl there was in that ball, because at the time we were behind the goal.
Yeah.
And obviously we saw it loop over Petr Cech, and just amazing to see it go in. But then it was when we saw the replay, how it curled from one side of the goal to the other was just bonkers, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a really memorable night.
Yeah.
famous win at Stamford Bridge. Like you say, we don't often get too many
No.
Yeah.
at this ground. So yeah, we really savoured that one. It was class. But hopefully we can kind of repeat that today. As I say, I think we're going to have to kind of stay in the hunt, if you like. Or yeah, I know that's a tough thing to cope with. It is must win. Therefore, Gaz can come into the ball of the season as well. your mic's gone a bit to me.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, so Gaz is saying that that was goal of the season by Cisse, and yeah, if that wasn't goal of the season, then my word, there's something wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aye. So talking about team selection, apparently I've read that Tonali may not be playing today. I don't know if that's right, and I don't know if that's injury or that's being rested. But what do you think of that, Peter? I mean, would you rest him anyway? What would your thinking be behind the team selection today?
It is a tough one because obviously the Barcelona match is massive, and we are still in with a shout. It's one of those games on Tuesday where was it Wednesday? Sorry,
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah. That's it's an opportunity for players to become like legends, like Bruno said about the cup final. It's a similar sort of thing
Yeah.
to make history again, and to be part of potentially one of the most famous nights in our history. So it's a big game, massive game in that way. And like I said, it's still finely balanced. So do you rest one or two with that in mind? The problem with doing that is, again, like I said, I mean, with the Premier League, I feel like this. I mean, we talked about this at the start of the week. This whole week is just, and you roll into next week with the derby match after the second leg as well. It's every game feels like crunch time, and we'll know at the end of next week where we stand. I think in terms of what the season's going to look like. So I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, with Tonali, I'd be very wary to rest too many. I mean, I know. Like, as I say, Barcelona is massive, but so is today. So you know what? It's just a tough one for me to answer without having all of the stats and the data that they will have behind the scenes in terms of fitness, and if anyone's maybe carrying a bit of a knock, or if someone's feeling a bit sore, you'd have to take all of that into account. And yeah, otherwise, if Tonali, I mean, I would have thought if he's fit and firing and he's ready to go, I would just trust him to manage this game and also Barcelona. So I appreciate it is tricky because, as I say, you've got then Sunderland coming up after that. So, but I think most of them should be okay to just plow on, and kick on and allow the adrenaline to kind of get you through it. Because, like I say, it really is crunch time this next week.
What do you think, Sean?
I agree. I think if Tonali's fit, then he should be playing. But but he's the kind of player that you wouldn't see on the sick, like where he's injured. It's that kind of like it's a Bruno. Bruno played for an injury, didn't he? Tonali, they're kind of the same kind of player. They want to play.
Yeah.
But you see, like I said about the Barca we've got coming on Wednesday, do you rest some of these? But some of these aren't going to want to be rested. So it's a must-win game today. And it's the same as obviously, and then again against Barca, and then we've got Sunderland.
Yeah.
So it's quite a really tight
Crazy
schedule, and a really important fixtures coming up. So,
Yeah.
But then, I agree it's a tricky one because I didn't see Tonali get a knock in that game, or I didn't see him, that he looked injured. So I don't know. It's really it's a tricky one.
Well, what I would say, Timmy, just quickly as well, is obviously we've got Ramsey in there with J7, and there are rumours that Miley could be back. So I just wonder if that's going to play a part in the selection. So in what they're thinking behind the scenes, they might be looking at that and thinking, yeah, Miley is a more than capable replacement. So let's use him. Let's juggle these players. to try and navigate this week in terms of the intensity of the fixtures. So, I can kind of understand because I say Miley is top quality, top class player. But if you drop Tonali and then we don't win, there'll obviously be questions asked. Then I think you have to then go to Barca and put on a performance.
Yeah, I know. It is like I know what you mean. I mean, Jay Tafila says Tonali has to play both games. Hopefully, in this game he can come off early. But this is the thing, like you say, Sean, it's not just the 2 games; it's the derby game afterwards. So we've got 3 games that are massive. And I mean, the international break is coming up, isn't it? Afterwards, I believe. So do you just plow on and just wring out every bit of energy you've got between now and then? And cross your fingers, knowing that international breaks around the corner, or do you rotate in the best way that you can? And like you say, Peter, if Miley is back, I mean that is a really big boost because he can really allow the likes of Trippier at right back and Tonali midfield to have that rest, even if it's as a sub appearance. So that would help massively. We have been a bit unlucky with the injuries that way. Do you know what I mean? Like, because Miley could have been rotating with Tonali, and obviously Bruno, he's injured as well in these last few weeks. So it has been difficult. But I know, like you're saying, Peter, you're more of the mind of, look, adrenaline will get the players through it. You don't need to necessarily rest them much in this week coming up with the 3 games. It's difficult, I think. I don't know.
But
like
don't we have Willock? Isn't he? You could try Willock in that position with, but obviously maybe put like Joe Linton in Tonali's position, put Willock on into that if you're going to cover. You could try something like that, but I just
and Ramsey's still in there. I mean, I get what you're saying to me because like the Barcelona match just gone, it was really intense match where you could see they were given everything. So every match since obviously that game was maximum intensity, but then you've got this game, you've got the second leg, Barca, you've got Sunderland. They're all very sort of intense games, you know what I mean? Because of what's at stake in each of them. So I do get what you mean in terms of can for example, Tonali, can he give that same amount of intensity in each match or not? So it is a bit of a dilemma. I think Miley will be the saving grace if he does end up resting Tonali because I'm assuming he may well be ready to come back. Like you say, sure, maybe Willock. I mean, he's a very different type of player to Tonali. So yeah. I mean, Ramsey's another one, mind, because can Ramsey play all these games? He played against Barca, and I think he's important in the way Newcastle play as well. So can he kick on and play today, midweek, Sunderland? That'll be 4 games then for Ramsey as well.
But I've noticed Ramsey stepped up. Like everybody was questioning that transfer, but really he started to play really well.
Oh, he has.
And obviously, that was the kind. But the one about everybody's been asking, can he play as a number 10 instead of trying to be? But no, I agree. We need to see what happens and try and push through to the international break.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? The ideal scenario is you kind of play most of the big hitters in these games. They kick on, they get through it. We have the results kind of for the most part go our way, and then international break you can kind of reset. They can have a rest. Yeah, but like you said to me, I do see your point of view in terms of you've got a squad for a reason. You want to use it to your advantage. So yeah, as I say, for me, it kind of comes back to again behind the scenes and what are they looking at in terms of data, in terms of do any of these players are they feeling a bit knackered? They'll know themselves. So yeah, it's as I say, it's a tough one I think for the fans to make judgment on these things. Really,
it is because I just think what you're alluding to there is that at the end of the day, at this high level, if a player is off it just by 1 or 2%, you're punished, and it has an effect. No matter how much you really want to power through, that can be the case where you drop off that little bit, few percent, and yeah, it can cost you. So, like you're saying, Sean, I think one thing you could try is to have Joe Linton as more of a holder in the number 6. I mean, we say this all the time, but ultimately we play with a fluid 3, so it's not an out number 6 like Caicedo, who will be playing today. But still, Joe Linton could maybe do that, where he's the one who's more often than not looking over his shoulder defensively. And like you say, you've got Willock and Ramsey either side of him. We could try that. And with Ramsey, I agree, Sean. I think Ramsey's a good player. I think he's been a good signing. I just think Eddie Howe was, as usual with a lot of his signings, very reluctant to put him in for a string of games once he got fit, because we were unlucky that he got injured initially. So Eddie Howe can't help that. But once he was fit, he was on the bench at times, even when we had 3 games in a week with the Champions League. And I thought that was a bit strange, because I thought he looked decent when he played for us off the bench and stuff. And
Yeah.
like you say, as he's proved, I think he is a good player. And he had that bit of technicality in the middle and that drive going forward as well, and that link-up play. So, yeah, I think he's been good. I think Chow's been good, obviously. Mistake here and there, but by and large, he's been a good signing. And the rest of the 3, the jury's out on them for different reasons, I think. Yeah, go on, Sean.
I just think with Ramsey, everybody thought, because obviously if you look at our 3 midfielders, you had Joe Linton, Toon Army and Bruno. What a 3 midfield link up. You know what I mean? A lot of people say that was probably the best midfield in the Premier League. The way they... And I think with Ramsey coming in, I thought, like, where's he going to fit? When you got these 3 playing, no one's seen. But then when he got his chance, he didn't look. But now he's getting fitter and getting more used to the style. He is starting to show that quality.
Yeah. Tough as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I think it's like Steven Gerrard. He did say about Ramsey, he is going to be a quality England international one day, but that's the kind of players we want, that's got determined grit and wants to fight.
Yeah.
And he showed that against Barcelona.
Definitely. I like most of them. He was quality, wasn't he? And I think I saw Ramsey as the kind of evolution in Joe Linton's position, where you go from not somebody who, in Joe Linton, who is a brute, who does break up the play that way, to somebody in Ramsey who is still tough but has more finesse about him and more technicality about him. And like you say, Sean, maybe Eddie Howe didn't see enough of the strength in him and the robustness in him in the early days to put him in. Who knows, to then replace Joe Linton in that role. But no, and like you say, maybe number 10, because I want to play with 2 strikers personally going forward. If it was next season, that's what I'd be doing, and then, or at least 2, a number 10 and number 9, and Ramsey could well play number 10 potentially. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one with Ramsey, because when Bruno's back, then the question then comes back round to Eddie Howe as to where's he going to fit? Where does he see Ramsey fitting in? Yeah, like you've said, is J7 going to be phased out next season? Maybe. Yeah, I think what I would say about Ramsey is, if you're going to put him in that more advanced position, let's just say he is playing number 10, whether it's sort of with behind a striker, or maybe it's a 4-3-1-2. But I think there was a moment against Barcelona where he was driving towards the goal. He'd progressed the ball up the pitch really well, and I thought he maybe could have pulled the trigger. I think he did, but he delayed it and then it got blocked. So maybe he would have to kind of look at that and maybe be a bit more instinctive that way in terms of shot on goal. But I'm saying that as I'm saying that, I'm thinking back to the match against Everton. And to be fair to him, he did pull the trigger there, didn't he? Edge of the box. It was deflected, but you make your own luck, and it was a good strike. So yeah, I can see that. He has got it in him, and like you say, Sean, quality player. He's I've liked what I've said on this channel. Whenever I've seen him, I just think he's a very positive player in how he plays. He'll look for the forward pass. He'll take responsibility that way. And yeah, you're right. He likes a tackle. He will get stuck in. So I think he's been a good signing. And you've got him, Tonali and Bruno. they're all quality. You've got Miley who can come in. I mean, to be fair to J7, I think he was absolutely immense against Barca. And on his day, he is immense. Like, full stop. It's just, you do get some games where it's a bit like chalk and cheese, you know, like you'll turn up and he'll be more of the way he can play and the way he can kind of get wound up can be to the detriment of the team. But when he's on form, when he keeps his cool, he's just absolutely immense. So in that centre mid, we've got some talent, no doubt about that. And I just think it may well just boil down to the setup as to how you get the best out of them. And as I've said before as well, maybe in games like today, we've got Chelsea away today, do you maybe tell one of them to sit a bit more than what they normally would if you're playing at home, and keep that structure a bit more compact, and just trust them in that setup to kind of flourish in the positions that they're in, you know?
Mm. Because like I said earlier, Caicedo's playing today, and he is an example of the midfielder that I think we could do with, or at least somebody like Miley to play a bit more like that. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be a new signing. Like you say, Peter, it's in certain games, can one of the midfielders just adapt to sit in a bit more instead of being overly exposed, as we have been many times this season, especially in transition where teams break on us and there's a massive gap between midfield and defence. I think Miley could well do that role, you know. I'd earmark him maybe to do that, because he's played right back, and he's like I say, he's learned that defensive nous even more playing in that position. So I think he could kind of do that Caicedo role while playing those progressive passes forward, and using his skill on the ball as well. It's obviously it's something with Eddie Howe where he's very wedded to the fluid three, and doesn't really like to have a typical number 10 or a typical number 6. He wants it to be fluid where it's a rotation and everyone goes forward. Sometimes everyone comes back. And don't get us wrong, it has worked brilliantly at times, you know. So I can see both sides. But yeah, I do think we need to adapt a bit more in that way going forward. To bring it back to the defence for this one, obviously, Tino came off the bench against Barca, and Hall. I mean, Lewis Hall. Wow, what a performance again against Barcelona. So he played the full 90. What would you do, Sean, with the defence? And also, you got the centre backs as well. Malik Chow and played with Byrne, didn't he? And then we got Sven Botman to come in. Would you rotate there? What would you do today?
See, I would bring Botman in, take down Byrne out, give him a bit of a rest. Say I would play Trippier to start off with, and then bring Tina on, give him some maybe 30 minutes, maybe, you know, to get some minutes under him for the Barca game. See, I was thinking Lewis Hall, maybe give him a rest and try Alex Murphy there, but then, you know, you want your best players out, so.
Well, Peter shot us down when I suggested that.
I got the cotton wool out, didn't you? Get the cotton wool out for Lewis Hall. Can't be playing games of football, you know.
Yeah.
No, but then you give that Alex Murphy a chance as well. When he's came on, he's played all right there. Do you know what I mean? He looks solid.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's a must-win game, so I would start Lewis Hall again.
Would you?
Yeah, would you?
Yeah, because like I say, I was flirting with the idea of, we've got the Barcelona game, then we've got the Derby game. Do you keep Lewis Hall fresh to go full pelt in those two games? And like I say, I think he could well get through all three games, but it's just that 1 or 2% where what the human. So a little bit of fatigue mentally, it's not necessarily physically. If that kicks in a moment in a game, you can be punished, no matter how good you are, no matter what player you are. So that's where I'm coming from with Lewis Hall. I know he's young, so maybe you could say, well, no, he'll be fine. Unlike Trippier, who probably needs to rest a bit more. But yeah, what do you think, Peter?
Yeah. It just comes down to priorities, doesn't it? In terms of what do they see as the priority, really, or did they just want to try and put all their eggs in all the baskets and cross the fingers that that it works that way, and it doesn't come back to bite them. But yeah, it's I don't envy the decision that he's gonna have to make for this week, really, because I can see both sides. I think it's a really tricky one, and yeah, to be fair with Hall, like you say, yeah, the ideal scenario is you do drop him. Alex Murphy comes in, gets a game under his belt in the Premier League, does well, we'll get the win sorted. Hall's back then for Barca, and on you go. But if 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 we lose today, like I say, it's like if you play Alex Murphy, and I'm not saying he's a poor player, because I think he looks good as well. I agree. I think that the chances that he's been given so far, he's not put a foot wrong. So it's just whether could he come in today at Chelsea,
So
Stamford Bridge? Do you reckon he could do a job today? I mean, it's a
just to
difficult
come
one
in,
for me to judge that.
yeah. Just to come in, Peter. Connor says Alex Murphy played for the under-21s last night. So basically, that's the answer. He can't.
Mm.
He played last night for the under-21s. He's not going to play
Well,
another
there you
90
go.
minutes.
Yeah.
So
Well,
clearly, Eddie Howe, if he earmarked him, he would have told the under-21s to pull him aside and not play that one. So
mm,
it's not going to happen,
mm.
is it?
Well, do you know what? Just on that, the Chronicle, excuse me, the Chronicle, their predicted team is. I'll just run through it here, because
Yeah.
what you said, Sean, actually is what they've said. So they've gone for Ramsdale and then Trips and Hall as the fullbacks, but then in the centre back positions, they've went for Chow and Botman. So, like you said,
Mhm.
they reckon as well, Sean, that Dan Burn could be rested. They've also gone for Murphy and Barnes on the wings, with the centre mid being Willock, Ramsey, and Tonali,
All right.
with Gordon up front. That's their predicted lineup. I mean, I don't know if they've got any inside info there to kind of that makes them go down that avenue. But yeah, what do you think about Burn? Because I mean, you would have thought he would just want to plow on, wouldn't you? But I don't know. Maybe he is feeling it a little bit in his legs.
You've got a quality player in Sven Botman. I
Yeah,
think
Yeah.
to me, it's total common sense to bring him in for this one. There's no
yeah,
need to just, pardon the pun, burn out.
yeah.
Um, so like, you've got to use the squad. There's pointless having a squad if you don't use it. So yeah, I think we need Dan Burn away to Barcelona. Definitely his leadership, his grit, his determination in that game. Definitely play him in that one. So yeah, give Botman this one.
Yeah.
Go on, Sean.
Go on,
But
Sean.
we all know the two centre backs, well, should be really, is going to be Chow and Botman. That's what they came. We all knew Botman when he signed was going to be the main centre back,
Mm.
and then when we were linked with Chow, we knew that was going to be the partnership. I do agree, Dan Burn is a quality defender, but maybe more rotation, because we all know Botman is also can be a little sick note. Like he gets injured,
Yeah.
he can be off a lot.
I think once we've got this, well, I say this week, the derby's next week, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So once we've got this week out of the way, I think at that point you might want to then put Botman in and give him a run, just purely to see if he's up to it in terms of being free of injuries, and having a run of games where you can rely on him fitness wise, because like you say, we know he's a quality player. So I'm not doubting that for 1 second. And long term, you would like it to be Chow and Botman at the heart of the defence for Newcastle, for the next couple of years. But we need to know whether we can rely on Botman in terms of his fitness. So yeah, I think Burn is going to be important for the Derby game.
Mhm.
And like you said, maybe Barca, that's maybe what they're thinking. If he does rest Burn today, they might be looking to bring him back in against Barca. But I think at some point before the end of the season, yeah, let's maybe see what Botman can give.
Yeah, I agree as well. Long term, those two are my first choice pairing. And yeah, maybe Botman can get a run at some point. I mean, I think with the way it depends how everything falls, because with the way things are right now and these types of games that we have coming up, these high pressure games, I do think Burn is probably the one you'd go for, as long as he's fresh and fit, because he's in his stride. He's, like I say, he's got that leadership, and that's invaluable in these tough moments when you go to these places like obviously Newcastle, and obviously when you've got the Derby game as well. You know, he obviously knows exactly what that means. But in terms of rotation, right? I just think, you know, when you're rotating like this, like essentially, if you don't rotate, I see it that you're not necessarily prioritizing the future games, because by the time you get the Sunderland game, like I say, if there is any fatigue there, in my mind, you're kind of saying you didn't prioritize that game. If you don't look ahead, then you're swatting those games aside, and you can't escape the fact that that game will be coming along, and that if you just ignore that and just plow on for the next game, players will play more minutes, and players will not be as fresh and as sharp as they could be for, say, that Derby game. So I think you've got to look at it that way. And actually, you know, the more I think about it, you know, I would have played Murphy, to be honest, today, left back. I would have just said to Lewis Hall, even put him on the bench, okay, fine, but Lewis Hall, I'd want him, like I say, to be completely fit, fresh, and raring to go for these two massive games after this one. And the same, obviously, we're doing that with Dan Burn, so that's great. I think the same applies to him. We're actually doing it with him today. I think Trippier right back. I think I would, you know, again, it all depends on the data, because certainly we don't want to rush Tino back after what's happened last time. He was back for a month, wasn't he? Got injured again, so I'd be really wary. But as long as he is absolutely fine, I would have been tempted to start him today and rest Trippier and having him on the bench, and you could bring him on maybe. But I think again, you've got those two games, Barca and the Derby. I think those three players are three that I really would keep raring to go for those two games. Personally speaking, yeah, that's what I would have in mind. Like,
Well, to me, Borky's put in an interesting comment there. I don't know if you want to highlight that one.
let's have a look.
Put that out there. It's from 4 minutes ago. What he says is,
Yeah, there you go.
if Howe rests players today, it proves he is being told to prioritise the Champions League against the Premier League. If this is the case, Howe shouldn't accept that and quit. A big name manager would not allow that. What do you think of that?
But I'm sure I heard in the commentary when he did his press conference that the priority is Champions League over anything. And then when I picked up from that to me means our season's technically finished if we're going to concentrate on the Champions League. But you know, every game should be a priority. You know what I mean?
How would you rank? Let's look at these three games we've got coming up. We've got Chelsea today, Barca midweek, Derby game next weekend. Where would you rank them, Sean, in terms of top three? What obviously the one being the most important?
Well, you're always going to go. Your number one's going to be Sunderland, isn't it? It's your rivals, and you want to have that upper hand. So I'm torn between Barca and Sunderland for number one. Chelsea is number three for me. You know, but between Barca and Sunderland's the number one. I would say Sunderland is a priority because it's your rivals and you want that upper hand. But then it's a point to prove. We played absolutely rubbish in the first derby against them, so it has to be an improvement in the second game.
Yeah.
Redemption.
That's where I think the adrenaline should surely kick in and maybe compensate a little bit at least. You know, for these players, you know, you just need to tell them, look, you just didn't turn up that first match, and that was unacceptable. And we've got a chance to kind of put that right that wrong today. So they've got that responsibility to do that. I just think when you turn up and you cross that white line on the pitch on that day, you'd like to think anyway that the players will take on the gravity of that. And if you know they've played two games before, they've played Chelsea today, Barca midweek. But yeah, I'd just like to think that some of them can maybe manage that workload and get that win against Sunderland like I say, through the passion that they're going to need to show to get that win.
Yeah. And the thing is, as well, is this Chelsea game today and the Derby game. Obviously, they're both league games. So, which league? You get 3 points. So, which 3 points would you want the most between those two? It's obviously going to be Sunderland, isn't it? So,
True.
it's like, but by resting players today doesn't mean you're not prioritizing the league, because we have a league game coming up after this, which is absolutely massive. It happens to also be a derby, So that's the way I would look at it as well. And I think there is a many different factors. Obviously, there's the financial factors. Eddie Howe will know that. Whether he's been told directly about that, as Borg is suggesting there, I don't know. I'd imagine not, to be honest. I just think Eddie Howe is just aware himself as to what this means for the club, and it also that the club hasn't been this far in a knockout Champions League game. It was group stage, wasn't it, under Sir Bobby, but in the last 16. But we haven't been with knockouts, and if we can get past this, it certainly is the furthest we've been in the Champions League. So he's making history, and he's achieving something in that way. And obviously, you get the money for it for progressing a lot more than you would get for even winning cups, it seems, which is crazy. So I do have sympathy in that he's juggling all these factors. He's trying to keep everyone happy. He's trying to do the right thing. And I think Eddie Howe himself, he does genuinely try to just win every game that's in front of him. And I think sometimes that's to his detriment. I think he just should trust the squad a bit more times. And it's not that you are throwing the game. It's nothing of the sort. It's just that you are looking ahead. And like I say, you are actually prioritizing these competitions, but in a different way, because you are ensuring that the players are not going to get burnt out for those future games and those competitions. Yeah, that's how I see it. So yeah, looking at the other side of the pitch, so we've got Anthony Gordon. I mean, you would have thought maybe he would play, do you think, today to get into his stride again after missing Barcelona? What do you think, Sean?
I would play Gordon, to get him ready for the Barca, because obviously, well, he had a cold. He said he was ill, but I didn't see any of that. But I do, but I would play Gordon in this game to use the pace, but I would have him on the left wing, because I want to see that Nick up front to give him that confidence. But you got to put your best players on the pitch, to show, and take every game as a positive and try and win every game. So yeah, I would like to see Gordon back to try and get that reform back.
Yeah. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from in terms of wanting to see Marder up front again as well, and let's try and get something out of him to help us finish the season strong. I'm just thinking in my head, I'm weighing that up against playing Anthony Gordon up front, and I feel like Gordon has shown enough to me to convince me that he's probably right now maybe the best bet to cause problems up front for the other team, the opposition, in terms of his movement and the runs that he makes off the ball. And it can just help, I think, stretch the game, push them back. It means then Chelsea, they can't maybe push up as much as what they would like to. Or if they do, then brilliant, because then there's space for us
Yeah.
to run into. So, I feel like I would play Gordon up front. Yeah, and obviously we'll find out very soon, won't we? When the team's out, we'll be straight on it. But what would you do, Timmy?
Well, I think I would play, like I say, with 2 forwards. Now, would I do that right now? Yeah, like if I had like a blank canvas, then that's what I would do. But realistically, he's not going to change the system, is he? So if I was to be 4-3-3, then I would play Gordon down the middle for the reasons that you've said. And I know someone might say, play Voldemort there and just support him with pace around him. And I get that as well. But that means that, the wide players, Murphy and Barnes today, it does mean that we have to play a risky game in that they have to stay forward. Ultimately, if Chelsea bomb forward down the wings, it's down to Barnes and Murphy to track their men. So if they do that, you can't help but Voldemort be isolated. And when he is isolated, he hasn't got the pace, like you say, to stretch teams and run in behind to give us that out ball. So then Chelsea can push up even further and squeeze us. So I think in this system Eddie Howe wants to play, I think it is a bit of a problem at times with Voldemort there. It's not. I'm not saying you can't play. I think we still should do better in that system with Voldemort as a 9 if he does play there. Certainly, I would not deny that, and I think generally speaking, the wingers need to be more narrow to support him when we have the ball. Like absolutely, like people say about Germany. I haven't seen loads of their games, but they play him up there and they support him a lot better than we do. So it is something to look at. But I think if I had my way, the obvious answer long term is to play Voltamata with a striker or with a number 10. And that just solves it for me. And you can really give him a crack at the whip to say, right, you've got all the support around you now. And we can also press then as a team. If you've got a pacey striker in front of him, you can press like Anthony Gordon presses, and the players behind Voltamata can press, and you can work it out that way. So that's what I'd be thinking. But yeah, in the 4-3-3, I think Gordon, he has his ups and downs, and I do question sometimes some of his body language, but he's certainly been in the last month or so a really good player for us. And yeah, so I'd play him today. Yeah.
Just my worry though is you've got 2 strikers sitting on the bench, and you're not even going to use any of them. But the confidence they're going to have ain't going to be shown on that pitch because they got no, when you obviously let's take Gordon's not a natural striker, and you're using a left winger in a striker position isn't going to help the, that's the worry because
it's a strange one, like
and you've spent all that money on 2 strikers on the bench just to sit there.
Yeah. The way it's ended up is weird, no doubt about that.
Because Wissa, he's got pace, use him.
Yeah,
If you're going to go with pace,
yeah, it's true. You could just put him in today and say, look, we brought you to this club for a reason. It's time to start repaying that 50 odd million and showing the Wissa that you showed at Brentford last season. And I'd like to think we will see that at some point. I guess he's got to show those signs behind the scenes as well in terms of, what he's doing in training. There's been question marks about his fitness. Is his fitness still, is he back up and running now in terms of his fitness levels? Yeah. I don't know. I would love to know what Eddie Howe is seeing from Wissa behind the scenes. I mean, what does he make of it? I'd imagine Eddie Howe's probably quite disappointed, really, as to how it's went the last month or so with Wissa since he came back into the team a little while ago, and he was supposed to be fit. He just didn't. Yeah, he didn't show anything really. I wonder if Eddie Howe was kind of scratching his head at that, thinking, "What's going on here?"
Yeah.
But
Definitely.
Nick scored goals, didn't he? The start of the season, he was actually, and that's a worry for me because if Nick wasn't, like, if we didn't play Nick again, where would we be right now? Because them goals has contributed to where we are now.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. It's just my worry is when it's a type of game where, because he doesn't have that pace, and you're playing a formation where yes, you want to support him. Don't get me wrong. You want to get Bonds and Gordon close to him, but like, there's going to be moments where that maybe isn't possible, and you're going to need him to hold it up. And other players, like for example Gordon, they can play a different game where they can spin, and it's just it creates that they can be an outlet, and it's a different dynamic. Whereas I think with Votamata, it's like the centre halves are going to just pile in on him, and whether you support him or not, I just worry about that. I worry if he can hold it up well enough, and does he really want to? In terms of you get the crosses in. Don't get me wrong, he did score from a cross, didn't he, against Wolves? I don't know. Again, it would be interesting to sit down with him, wouldn't it, and just like grill him on this and say, like, what's your thoughts on it? Do you see yourself as a striker, as an out and out striker? Because that's ultimately what the position is in that formation. He's the spearhead. So I think I don't know really what to make of it in terms of like having a definitive opinion really on Nick. where's his best position? So it's a tricky one. That's why I kind of hesitate to say put him up front today, because I just worry maybe Chelsea would suffocate Newcastle then, and the ball maybe wouldn't stick. But I'm not ruling it out though. I think ultimately, long term, you want him to be an important player for Newcastle. And we, like you say, Sean, it's a good point. He has got a decent goal tally, so it wouldn't be the worst option in the world just to put him up there and just see what happens. To be fair, yeah,
Yeah, I think with Voldemort, like I do wonder what Eddie Howe had in mind when we signed him,
yeah,
because you can see that he's the opposite type of player to Isak before we signed him. So surely when you landed on him, I know we went for other strikers, and obviously we got turned down, and we couldn't maybe match the fees that other clubs were offering, the wages, etc. But that was maybe like 5, 6 strikers. So to me, I just think if you're then having to switch to Voltamada after that, and he's a different profile of striker, and you were looking for something else, are you telling me that you couldn't find another striker in the mold of, like a pacey forward, for example, out there in the world of football, that could come in, that would be affordable, that would want to come, and that you had to instead divert to a striker that you are going to have to work out how to fit in? Like to me, it just seems a bit strange, and it's disappointing that there wasn't a definitive plan that they go, okay, Voldemort, you know what, we'll bring him in because we can play him this way, we can play him that way, and we can play in a different way to when we had Alexander Isak. So yeah, I think I would question Eddie Howe on that definitely, because like I say, to me it's screaming out for a 4-4-2. Whichever way you do it, a 9 or a 10. So we should have been switching to that, I think, at times this season when Voldemort has played. I think, like you say, he started off great and he got the goals, and then as the season went on, I think it did dry out a bit, and then his performances started to drop. Where I think he did struggle with the physicality, where he didn't
yeah.
have enough support around him.
Yeah, it was round about that time when we went on that run. So we got beat off West Ham away, and I think not long after Brentford away came along. There was another game as well. In those games, Nick was up front, and that's it. It started to. I mean, the whole team. It's not just obviously Nick, but the whole team played awful against West Ham away. Brentford away wasn't much better. And it felt like the wheels were coming off a little bit in that moment in that part of the season. And I think that's when Eddie looked at it and thought, this ain't working anymore. It was, but Nick up front is becoming, it's just not, it's not effective. And so I can understand why he kind of looked at that and thought, I need to change this up. But it's a tricky one. I totally agree, Timmy. Like, what was the thinking when they signed him? Because he's not the kind of striker who's going to just slot into the Isak role. So why you would expect him to do that is a bit harsh, I think, on Voldemort.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'd be looking to sign a pacey striker in the summer to play with him. That's what I'd be looking to do, and I think he'd be potentially quality for us to dovetail with a striker. And we need to find somebody quality.
But what about using Asula? Giving him a crack.
Yeah.
He's young.
Yeah.
He's got bags of pace. If you're gonna, you know what I mean. So, but obviously, a lot of people want to see him on the wing, don't they? Kind of thing, to see what he's like on. But
well, I think Gordon, to be honest, if you're going to go right now, if you're going to go like essentially 4-4-2, then I would just play Gordon with Voldemort. And it is a case of dropping a midfielder then. It's just obviously right now we haven't played 4-4-2 much of the season at all. We're in our kind of stride right now. We played brilliantly against Barcelona. We've got these big games coming up, and I appreciate that to chop and change the formation now would be a bit maybe disruptive potentially. But on the face of it, I think we have played, like you say, Sula or even Gordon to try that formation with Voldemort, and it is something that Eddie Howe's reluctant to do, and it is something that's frustrating for me. But I think you made a great point about Wissa in that he at least is a bit more on the profile of what we had before, and that he's got a bit more pace about him to running behind. So that would be an option to play him up there. And clearly something went wrong. And Connor says in the comments that Eddie Howe has spoken about Wissa, and he says Howe has said that Wissa is fit. He needs to improve on the pitch. So I think, and like you say, Peter, maybe the training ground as well. And when he comes on as a sub, it's only a sub appearance. I understand that, but he just hasn't looked great, has he? So Eddie Howe's maybe thinking, I need to see more before I start you.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
goes back to the Leeds game at home. I remember when I think he started that game, and for one of their goals, Leeds, I think for Leeds' third goal, the layoff from Wissa was really poor. It was very lackadaisical, and that's where Leeds then won the ball back in the centre mid, because Wissa played the ball. I believe he was trying to play it to Bruno, but it was behind Bruno, and we were trying to counter. So it gifted Leeds possession back, and the momentum suddenly swung their way because we had piled players forward, and the layoff from Wissa left us exposed, and they just went up and scored. One simple pass to their forward, and they were pretty much in. So, and he's done that a few times. Remember that time with Murphy, he was tried linking up with Jacob Murphy on the right hand side against Brentford at home. He just passed it out of play, and he done this thing where he's kind of waving his arms like, his body language was a little bit off. I thought, like a bit kind of lackadaisical, So yeah, I'm not surprised if that is true. If Eddie, he's probably just looked on from the dugout thinking, mate, you're not giving us what I thought you were going to give us here. We need more from you.
But it's like that as well when he has started, his finishing doesn't look there. Like it's like either too wide or it's flying hour. He hasn't made the keeper work, so he's lacking. So yeah, he needs that work on the training pitch.
Yeah.
But I have seen with his body language, it's like, I don't really care. You know what I mean? That this is who I am, and deal with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've still got a bit of hope that, I want it to come good, because I seen him last season for Brentford. I'm thinking, bloody hell, he's a fox in the box. He knows where the back of the net is. So we're saying all this. I want it to come good, and I'm crossing my fingers that he can maybe give us something just at the right time, an important time in the season, business end of the season, and hopefully come good.
I like him as a player, but I think we spend too much money on him. As for a 29-year-old, like, you're not going to get much out of him. You're not going to get a sell-on fee.
You're kind of stuck with him, aren't you?
Yeah. With obviously, with Nick, he's young, so you still can bring some of that money back. But with
and he's got time on his side to develop as well. And as I say, with the pace of the Premier League, he's got time to adapt to that, and adjust to that. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think with Wissa, it was desperation a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Signing so late, and I think we wanted him for a while. It wasn't that we kind of just landed on him the last minute, but it was the haggling over the fee. And if Brentford weren't going to budge, we were like, you know what, we have to just pay it, because there's literally just hours left. So yeah, but obviously we've talked about the summer, and it was a bit of a shambles, wasn't it? And
I mean, it's all ifs and buts, but I do wonder how it would have panned out if he hadn't have got that injury for Congo.
Yeah, that was unlucky.
That would have been interesting if he just came to us. He's fully fit. Granted, he didn't have a proper pre-season, I don't think, but Eddie would have probably got him up to speed after a few weeks. Maybe it would have all been different if it had panned out that way. But as I say, it's ifs and buts in it.
Yeah, I'll read some comments out here that's being put on. So we've got Picker says, gentlemen, you've got to go out there and win every game. No time to be philosophical about the lineup. You put out the best guys every game and tell them to play their backsides off. I know where you're coming from, and I appreciate the sentiment. I just think that, speaking of backsides, it will bite you on the backside if you don't have the games in mind coming up. And obviously one of them is up the derby, and my word, if that goes wrong, we're in, big trouble. So yeah, as Connor says, please like and subscribe. really appreciate it if you can do that to support the channel. And we have Picker saying again, so Edward Howe has the resources, he just doesn't manage to benefit to the benefit of the team. He manages to benefit his system. He wants players to buy into his scheme, but it should be the other way around. I do agree with that to an extent. I think it's a bit of both. Got to be a balance to both, maybe. But I do agree that I think he's a bit too wedded to his system, and it shoehorns players in. And like I said, the elephant in the living room with Volamada has been all season to play him with a striker, and we've danced around it. We've played him in centre mid. We've played him up top on his own. You know, it done everything aside from actually give him a striking partner and give him a run in that formation.
Yeah, I would definitely feel way more comfortable starting Volamada in that setup. No doubt about it. If you had a partner, either in front of him or behind, I would like to see that at some point.
I've said before, but I just think of Berbatov and Robbie Keane, you know, at Spurs. You know, Berbatov had Robbie Keane to play off, and he was brilliant, and Robbie Keane was quality as well, running in behind.
Yeah, but it was like Shearer and Bellamy, wasn't it?
There you go, yeah.
You
exactly. So yeah, we've seen that one, haven't we? So kind of saying about Eddie Howe mentioning Wissa needs to do more. Yeah. So speaking of strikers, what do you think of Liam Delap, Sean? We were linked with him in the summer. What do you think?
What's he really done for Chelsea at the minute? Not much. Like I say, would he really fit our system? How, you know, it comes back to that kind of way where we've gone with Nick. Is he just going to be sitting there on the bench over, you know? But I do think, if he comes in, he offers that kind of toll. He has got a bit of pace. He is a rough front. Like, he has got the strength.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think Delap's the one for us.
What do you think, Peter?
I think I liked what I saw from Delap at Ipswich. To be fair, when I've seen him for Chelsea, I think he's looked okay, but it's just he's hardly had a look in. And again, I'm looking from the outside here, but I'm not sure if Chelsea have much faith in him. That's how it comes across to me. So I think he'll be kicking himself really at going there. I mean, we've got Rosinha, who's came in now as Chelsea manager, and maybe he feels like he can impress Rosinha and work his way into his plans, you know, for next season as well. But I do think he probably would have been better than Wissa, to be honest, because, like I say, for Ipswich, I liked what I saw. I thought he was very lively, very sort of aggressive in the way that he ran with the ball, and also he harassed defenders off the ball as well. So I think he would have benefited, I think, coming to Newcastle, and it would have been the better move for him personally. That's what I think.
Yeah, like you say, Sean, he's not necessarily the paciest, but he's kind of a good runner, and he does, like you say, Peter, he harasses, and he's lively, and he's got good movement, but it hasn't worked out at all at Chelsea, has it? And do you want to get a strike? I mean, I was going to say a striker who's got low on confidence. Maybe we can build him back up, but you know, when I've seen him for Chelsea, his confidence looks shot, and like it just hasn't worked out. I think maybe it's been too much of a leap to go from a side getting relegated to a side expected to be competing for the Champions League and maybe winning the Champions League, trying to anyway. I think it's a bit of a fish out of water, and maybe we kind of bring him back to his best qualities. But yeah, I'd rather. I mean, the price as well. How much would he be? You know, I'd say, can you not find somebody who's not going to cost, you know, a massive fee where, it's going to hamper you for other signings and other areas of the squad. Surely, like I said earlier, like there's nothing, and there's no excuses for the summer coming up because everything's in place now, and we really should be able to find players out there who are gems, who are not going to cost an arm and a leg, like Premier League players do most of the time, like Liam Delap would. And I mean, I think Chelsea might be open to selling them because, like we've said, it hasn't worked out if they get another striker in. But I'm thinking maybe to look elsewhere, like as well. And Connor says there, Delap 1 goal all season, not good enough.
No.
No. Just on Voldemort, PDK says we tried him in the number 10. He was no better. He's been an 8. He was poor. Where else shall we try him? I mean, I get what you're saying. I think there was a game where he played number 10, and maybe there wasn't a massive difference. So I understand that. I would just say I think I'd want to see a run in the side that way, because a game here, a game there, maybe it's difficult for him to get up to speed with the system. Just give him a run with 2 strikers. Too late now, we're in the business end of the season, but I'm thinking of next season to try that. Yeah, and a lot of people in the comments, I think, are not impressed with Delap. So we've got
That is a poor record there. Like that. That's kind of.
Axindo. It is
What-
1
It
goal,
is.
yeah. Yeah, Delap's been on the bench or injured most of the season as well. So yeah, like, nah, there's got to be other players out there. I mean, just speaking of strikers, it is crazy, isn't it, how things work out? Because you look at Dominic Calvert-Lewin. What did you think of him, Sean, in the summer? And would you have taken him now in hindsight?
I would see, for me, obviously Eddie Howe's already worked with Solanke, so he knows what he's like. Do you know what I mean? He signed him.
Calvert-Lewin, sorry.
Oh,
Did I say
Calvert-Lewin.
Blanky? Sorry.
Calvert-Lewin. It's the same. He was a good player. We've been linked with him quite a bit as well. But to me, I see him as another Callum Wilson. It's also another injury prone, But if you had a Callum Wilson that was really fit, you had a good striker, Callum Wilson, because But I wouldn't have Calvin Lewis either.
Yeah.
At the minute, I don't know who our striker would be, because obviously I don't know if it's maybe go abroad, but this is what your director of football, you should be doing. You should be looking.
Yeah.
But does our system also fit them? That's also
Yeah.
another question you got to look at.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the worry.
I agree. I really agree. We've got to widen our scope this summer with the DOF, like you say. It's all in place, and I think we've got to try and bring through the youth better as well. And obviously, we're talking about the likes of Alex Murphy. It sounds like I'll be throwing the game. Absolutely not. I just think for me, I'd be playing Alex Murphy in this one. It's not going to happen, but we need to have these youth players coming through where they can fill in here and there, so that it sets you up for the rest of the games. But it also allows those players to show what they're worth. And you're going out there to win the game. You're going out there with Alex Murphy saying, "I'll prove you that I'm a good player, and I'll put a good shift in for you." So it's not a negative in my eyes if we were to do that. And I think we've got to come to an agreement with the manager in the summer as to how we're going to go about that. Speaking of managers, what do you think of Liam Rosenior, Sean?
I think he's done really well at the minute for Chelsea. Like I say, he's came in. Chelsea started to play really well. But you see, he's also a young manager. He did well. I'm sure didn't he manage Hull? Was it Hull he managed? Yeah. And I think he did a marvellous job for them. And obviously, I know he went abroad. But to come back, I would say he's a young, talented manager that styles the kind of Chelsea way.
What do you think, Peter? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think he's quite funny, isn't he? I think he's
talks a good game.
Yeah, in some of the things that he said, it's he's really confident, isn't he? So fair play to him. I think he backs himself, and yeah, like I say, I like some of the things that he said, even if it is a bit David Brent-ish. It's like it's still, I don't know. I think I think he gets a bit of unfair stick because of that. The kind of the Brent comparisons, but I think it's an interesting appointment. I think he'll always get a bit more stick than usual, probably because of the fact that he's came from Strasbourg and it's an unusual appointment in the sense that his track record. You would look at it and not necessarily think that it warrants the Chelsea job, but we'll see. I think between now and the end of the season whether he'll go into next season on solid ground, because I think it's been a bit up and down since he's went in there. I think they are vulnerable at times. They don't, sometimes, like, look at the PSG game. I mean, they kind of losing the goals they did, the 3 goals near the end of the game. And I've also seen them play a couple of games against Arsenal, and yeah, they've got had a lot of red cards this season. They were a bit petulant. So they're brilliant going forward to Chelsea, but I think Rossini's probably he's got a job in his hands to get them organised and yeah, organised enough so that they don't just collapse like they have done from time to time so far. So, but I think he's an interesting character. I think it'll be interesting to see what he does between now and the end of the season. And as I say, he gives some funny sound bites. So
Mm.
yeah,
When he was saying that a marking assignment was missed as to why they conceded a goal from a corner. It's like you say, a bit like David Brent. But I do admire, like you say, the confidence as well, and he's clearly got something about him. And like you say, I think he did a good job at Hull by all accounts. Really good job at Strasbourg. And the thing is that he's obviously got the job not just because of that, but also because it's the owners, of Chelsea own Strasbourg. So they've seen it firsthand, and they want to get somebody in who they can work with. And I think that the problem is that if things go wrong, he's going to be under more scrutiny, than another manager would be potentially, because, like you say, he hasn't got the track record of a top manager, and he's been hired. You know, some would say, yes, man, that's a bit harsh, but you get where I'm coming from in terms of that relationship with the owners. So the Chelsea fans, I think, will be hard to please if things start going wrong results-wise.
Absolutely.
uh,
Absolutely.
I think, to be fair, right, with Rossini as well, though, if you're a player, you want your manager to be confident and lead by example, and I think he does that.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I'm looking at the things that he says and the way he carries himself, and he's got his chest is puffed out, and yeah,
Doesn't seem like he's up scared to set anybody, kind of
no,
thing.
no, and he believes in what he's doing, and I think if you're a player, you would I would have thought you'd enjoy that, and it's what you want in a manager, rather than someone who's maybe a bit dour and a bit cold as well.
But he said that, didn't he, though? I will upset people, but just give time.
Yeah, did he? There you go. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
Aye. I think he also, like, it's not like just throwing teacups as well, is it? He comes across as, like, measured as well, and
Yeah.
kind of wanting to develop the players, develop the younger players. I think he seems quite keen on bringing through the youth as well. So it is fascinating, like, to see how it all pans out at Chelsea. And yeah, from now to the end of the season, they're a bit like us, aren't they? Where they've got these massive run of games coming up. It's going to define their season. So I mean, it'd be great if I can win today. Like, to be fair, to Stamford Bridge, and not a place we normally win at. But do you think if we win today, Sean? Do you think how likely is it that we could get Europe if we win?
If we win, it gives us that one step closer, but we've got to keep believing in ourselves, because as soon as we don't believe, we're going to give up. But if we win today, it's going to. My worry is if we get beat today, you're going into that Barca game with confidence could be down, so you need that rear. But we've got to win today. That gives us one step closer to European football, and we just got to keep. Then the Mackem game's a very important game. You got to take every game as we've got to go out. Like it's a cup final. We're going to have to take it that way as a cup final if we want Europe next season.
I agree. I think mentality-wise, I agree. Mentality-wise, he needs to be sending them out there that way. I'll be tinkering with the side to keep the likes of Trippier, Hall, and Burn fresh, and obviously, hopefully, Burn will be rested today at least. But I've got some breaking news there. Connor says that Tonali has not travelled with illness, and so I said that I had a bit of information at the start there. So tune into NUFC Talk Radio for your bits of foreknowledge. But yeah, so interesting. Tonali hasn't travelled. Illness. There's illness going around apparently.
Yeah.
So do you think we'll do what you said, Sean? You got Joe Linton, not Holden, but you know what I mean, Joe Linton with Ramsey and Willock in the middle.
Well, yeah, that's what obviously it's going to go, because I can't see no one else filling in that position for Tonali.
Yeah.
So the only one is going to be well, I don't see really Joe Linton as a defensive midfielder, but he has that physicality where he is physical to hold up that kind of position. But it'll be an interesting to see who is going to cover that position.
Yeah.
The only other one I can think of is Miley, but you know, would he throw him in? Would he kind of throw him into the first 11 straight away after being out for so long? He doesn't normally do that, Eddie Howe. So maybe he will. We'll see. But yeah, I think that's a good bet. The three that you mentioned there, Joe Linton, Ramsey, and Willock, because I think Willock also offers the pace to contrast with Joe Linton, and I mean Ramsey's quick. Don't get me wrong, but Willock's a good dribbler. So yeah, and I was gonna say, yeah, I was just thinking there about in terms of the team selection. So yeah, Tonali, it's an illness, is it? It's all you're saying. That's going round the camp, isn't it? Who was it who had that illness before? It was Gordon, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think wasn't Ramsey. They said because Ramsey went off sick, didn't he? He apparently threw up on the pitch, and then I feel then Gordon got it. So
right, yeah.
Aye. But at least he's not injured. Do you know what I mean? So hopefully is it Wednesday we'll play or is it Tuesday? Barcelona Wednesday, is it?
Wednesday, I think.
Right. So by the time that comes along, hopefully he's fit for that. He's feeling good to play. So it's weird, isn't it? Because I talk about rotation and stuff. It's like it's kind of been enforced in this way, hasn't it, with the illness? But yeah, like I said, I mean, again, you've got to look. We want to climb the league, but the derby game is a league game. It's not just a derby game. It's 3 points, like I said. So, like, if we have Tonali ready to really go at Barca away and Sunderland at home, that's 3 points in the bag if we win the derby. And obviously, if we progress in the Champions League, my word, what a night that'll be. So, it doesn't mean that we can't get something today. And Joe Linton, playing today with Ramsey and Willock, how good was Joe Linton against Barcelona? Obviously, he's got to repeat it and fatigue, etc. Maybe, and he's got to keep his head. Today away at Chelsea, the fans will be on his back if he does any sort of silliness. So he's really got to stop any nonsense in terms of constantly complaining at the referee and stuff like that. But he was absolutely immense against Barcelona. That was one of the best games I've seen him play for us.
But I've noticed that though with a lot of them, they've all seemed like Elanga stepped up. He played amazing against Barca. Actually, I think Elanga's played probably his best time for Newcastle in the Champions League games. A lot of people, that's the same with Gordon. I think Gordon's done the same. That's right, but I've liked Joe Linton from the day he started. Yes, it was a bit of a shame when he up front when he came in. But as soon as he dropped into that midfield, he was a beast. That's when you unleash that beast. But no, I feel because he is a hothead. You know what I mean? Anything can wind him up, but to keep that mentality and the coolness on that pitch, he did really well, and that's what we need today from him. You need that leadership.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit like Craig Bellamy, isn't it? Like you mentioned Bellamy before. It's like snarling away at the referee and stuff, but it's like you're treading that fine line between being competitive and just like being reckless and getting sent off. I think the team will be out any second, so I'll keep my eye on that. So I think with the wings, what would you do with the right wing?
Well,
so Peter, would you play Murphy or Elanga?
I was going to say before I give you that answer, I can tell you what Eddie has done because the teams literally just came out.
There you go. Go on.
I'll go through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got for the match today against Chelsea, we've got Ramsdale in goal. Full back. So left back, we've got Hall. So he's kept Hall in there. We do have Botman. So like we said about, potentially Burn. Earlier in the show, we talked about Burn getting rested. And Burn's on the bench. So it's Botman and Chow as the two centre-backs. for right back, we've got Tino. So Livramento is back in. And then, do you know what? Voltemada's playing. I can see straight away there, Voltemada.
Interesting.
So I'm just thinking now, who's up front? Because, so Gordon's also playing. We've got Gordon and Barnes. For the centre mid, we've got Ramsey, Willock, and not Joe Linton.
So Voltemada, maybe.
Okay. That'll be it then, won't it? So,
Who's
yeah,
right?
there's no other midfield players who would slot into that centre mid. So you're right. It'll be Ramsey, Willock, and Voltemada. And then Gordon up front with Murphy and
Barnes on the wings.
Barnes. So yeah, I didn't spot Barnes. Yeah, so Murphy and Barnes in the wings. Yeah.
What do you think, Sean?
I don't know. I just think that midfield, there's a weakness straight off with that Nick, and he doesn't seem confident
Yeah.
in that. And I think I have heard that they're trying to make him like a Joe Linton. He isn't nothing. You know what I mean? He didn't. As soon as a player presses him, yes, he's got good ball control. He is very. He keeps that ball glued, but I don't know. I just feel that's our weakness in that midfielder with him there.
Yeah, you see that's my worry. Wherever you play him, so if you play him in centre mid, he's gonna have defensive responsibilities, and he's gonna have players closing him down. But also, you're gonna have that up front. You know, up front, you're gonna have defenders like Tarkovsky gobbling you up. You know, so either way, he's gonna be closed down. And I think what we said about playing him in that formation where he's kind of in between the two, it does seem like that would be the solution, where he's just behind a striker, but he's just in front of the midfield. He doesn't have the defensive responsibility. We'll see. I think in this position that he's playing today, I think it was mixed when he did play it. I think it started off really well, and he was actually intercepting a lot of balls. I remember against Karabakh, he was anticipating and reading the play really well, and I was kind of surprised at that, in terms of off the ball, that is, you know. But then as the games wore on, yeah, you're right, Sean. He started to lose the ball, I think, and get crowded out because of that lack of physicality. I just hope it'll come off today, because, like as I said, I don't think it was a complete disaster when they've put him there, but it's a tough one today against Chelsea away. I think it is a bit of an ask when you're playing at Stamford Bridge, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just think if you play, obviously when he's up front, yeah, if he's not getting that surface, he's getting like tackled all the time. At least he's not getting isolated up. At least he's getting but in that midfield, you are taking that weakness away. Like if he's getting isolated there and pressure off the ball, it comes your weakness up front. If he's not doing it. Yeah,
as a team. Yeah,
that's what I mean. So it comes that like, it'd be like to him being there, it'd be like a red card off for us. Like you're playing like 10 because he's not comfortable in that position in midfield in my eyes. But as a striker, if he was there and he's not getting the service or he's not looking, yes, he's isolated anyway, but at least he's in a position he knows, not confident. But he could prove us all wrong in that position today. You know, he could.
Yeah. I just hope that he has moments where he's able to find these areas on the pitch where, because he is deeper, the defenders they can't be with him all the time. And Chelsea's midfield may well, bomb forward. I know, to be fair, they have got Caicedo, but, I think you just want him in those dangerous areas where he can maybe thread some balls through, because he's got that in his locker, and he can put Gordon through on goal, or Barnes or whoever. But I think also we need to try and look out for him when he does make runs, because he's got the run on the defenders in that position. If we are attacking, he's making the run into the box. He's got that momentum. You know what I mean? He's coming from deep, so we need to look out for that and kind of put crosses in form that way, even if it's on the floor. He may well find space that way. But yeah, we'll see. Like I say, it's definitely, it's always a bit of a gamble. We've seen that in this position that we'll put him in, but we'll see, I guess.
Well, Connor says there, Voltemada, Ramsey, and Willock are all attacking players. So, yeah, it's we're going to be potentially really exposed, aren't we? I mean, we are anyway a lot of the time, even with the likes of Toon Army and Bruno and J7 in there. But with those three, they all want to get forward. So it is going to be really interesting to see how it works today, how those three work. I mean, I was thinking, you never know, maybe he is going to be having Walter up front. Is Anthony Gordon playing, did you say? Yeah, he is, isn't he? So,
Yeah.
so maybe he is going to try what we discussed, have Voldemort just behind Anthony Gordon with two. You never know. I'd like to see that. But that would mean Ramsey and Willock as the two in the middle. And again, it's very attacking, and those two would need to be really disciplined as a pairing. I mean, what I would say is sometimes defense is the best form of attack. Sorry, is the best form of defense. So you never know in that way. It could work in that respect. But yeah, it's we're looking frail defensively in midfield.
I definitely we go back to the start of the show, and I mentioned there about too many times this season we have been too exposed in between the midfield and the defence. The gaps that have appeared, and yeah, I think away at Chelsea, I would probably say to Ramsey, you need to be the one who's going to be mopping up, and it's not tailoring to his best qualities in a way, but just in a one-off game, I think he's the one who would probably be more capable of doing that sitting kind of role. And you let Willock and Marder kind of maybe be a bit more offensive. But like you said to me, I think the way Eddie Howe plays it is he just has them interchange. They all just take turns. It's risky, I think, playing that way. But we'll see. It's like I say, I think away from home, we need to be more compact in general. This season, that has been a massive weakness of Newcastle, and not kind of just being tough at a beat. And yeah, if we get a goal, let's then frustrate Chelsea. That's the thing. I mean, if you frustrate Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, their crowd will get, they won't be happy. They'll get on their backs. So it doesn't always mean it's being defensive. I think just sometimes you got to be smart. And if Chelsea have got a period of possession, then sometimes, okay, but we're going to plug the gaps and you're not going to get through us. And do you know what? When we do get the ball, we're going to counter. We're going to hurt you. So it's a balance that way, I think.
Yeah, but if you take Chelsea on, Chelsea won't like it.
True.
You know what I mean? It's the pressure. Yeah. But that's the same with any top six club, isn't it? Like Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Man City. They don't like being pressed. Or
what it is, Sean, is right. If we take them on, my version of that is take them on, but don't do it in a way where if the move doesn't come off, we're in hot water.
Yeah.
As in, the midfield is gone. I think someone has to just sit if we're gonna attack and just be mindful of what's around you. Kind of worst case scenario, if we do lose the ball. But you're right though. We want to win, don't we? That's we said, don't we? It's a must-win game, really. So yeah.
But that's the same with Bruno and Tonali, isn't it? When you've got them in the midfield, they both can attack, but they also both can sit and defend.
Yeah.
So it's quite a solid. That's where it gives that Joe Linton that little bit of freedom to work up and down. But no, it'd be interesting to see what happens in that midfield three today.
Aye. Well, Joe Linton's on the bench, just to confirm that. So I'll read this out. So the bench is Pope. Got two keepers again. I've got Pope, Ruddy, Trippier, Joe Linton, Wissa, Asula, Alanga, Byrne, and Alex Murphy. And Alex Murphy is another interesting one because he played for the under-21s last night. So, I was saying, look, he's obviously not going to be playing today because he's not going to play 2 games in 2 days. I know it's under-21s, but it's still minutes under your belt. And maybe that's a bit of a strange one. Is that Alex Murphy? Is he ready to come on? If Hall gets injured in the first minutes, would you put? I mean, you might put Dan Burn left back, but would you put Alex Murphy, left back? Then it's after playing last night. I don't know how that works. Maybe the fitness, coaches could explain that. But Joe Linton, though, obviously he's on the bench, so he's being clearly rested. For the Barcelona game. And I think there was talk that he was carrying a knock as well. So we've heard this again a lot this season where Eddie Howe has had players on the bench where they're not fully fit and they're carrying a knock. And you think, well, why isn't that player playing? and it's like, oh, he's carrying an injury. It's like, well, why isn't the bench then? You know, I think he's kind of making a rod for his own back in a way that where people see Joe Litton's on the bench and Eddie Howe is then going to get more stick because they're saying, why are you not taking this Chelsea game seriously? You should be out there, Joe Litton. But I just think Eddie Howe, if a player's carrying a knock, that could get a lot worse if they play minutes. I just take them out the squad, personally. You know?
Yeah. The thing I don't like is seeing two keepers on the bench. Put a young'un on. Like, give him that chance.
Yeah. Park Soo-sung.
Yeah.
You know?
Because you're not going to see Ruddy. He ain't going to come on.
Aye.
You know what I mean? Unless Ramsdale gets injured and Nick Pope gets injured, then.
Aye.
But yeah, I don't know. I know there's a little joke that's been going around, but you could see Nick Vollmer end up in goal. You know, the way he's been playing, you don't know where he's going to be. But I just don't understand why you have two keepers on the bench. I just don't understand it.
Could play Pope and Ruddy up front. Two big men.
Can't be any worse than what we're doing now.
It might be all right from corners, to be fair.
Exactly.
Nice.
No, but I get that. You should have a young'un on the bench, taking that, you know, like you said. But no, I just understand. I don't know how Song Park, you know, he should be. And Alex Murphy, if he's on there, then clearly the sea is fit enough to travel.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
And David Spence makes a point there about Leo Shahar. He won't put him on. There's another one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're talking about rotating. We're talking about fullbacks. And, you know, Trippier just came back from injury. Trippier resting. You know, could you not have had Shahar in the squad? And, you know, I'm pleased Tino's playing, you know, provided he's definitely fit and he's not going to break down and we're not risking anything. But, you know, maybe what you could have done, you know, is you could have even played Tino left back and Shahar right back. And therefore, Lewis Hall is getting his rest and Trippier is getting his rest, and have them on the bench if needs be, and bring them on maybe for the last whatever minutes to keep them fresh or to get back in the game if we need to. But and again, I know people hearing that might think, well, that's just not taking the game seriously. But it's just in my mind, it's just realism, you know, and it's actually saying to Shahar, go and do a job. And Tino, we know Tino can do a job, so you know you're not losing anything there with him left back. It's just on Shah, and for me, I don't see a massive risk. The world's not going to end. You know, the team's not going to collapse with Shah. To be fair, Connors just came in there saying Shah has a slight injury. So there you go. There's my argument shot down. But I mean, would he have done it anyway? I don't think he would have.
No.
So I think the point kind of still stands in that sense. And yeah. That's what I'd be doing, and yeah, we've got the 2 games afterwards. But I'd still be looking to attack this one because, like you say, Peter, Chelsea have looked vulnerable at times. So if we're really on it, it's not impossible that we can win a day. But I think Conference League really is probably, with the coefficient now as well, with the English teams not doing as great. I think maybe the Conference League is the best, isn't it? What do you think, Peter, that we can get?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, it might not get anything, by the way. That might sound optimistic to most people as well. So, granted, I know we can finish bottom half, you know.
Yeah. Like, let's say if it's top 5 for the Champions League and then 6th will be Europa. There's a chance 7th might also be Europa, depending on who wins the domestic cups. So, you know, that will be my hope, is that we can get up there to 7th. I think the only way we're going to do that is if we win today and go on a run. If we don't win today, then I think 8th is probably the best I can see us finishing, which may well be the Conference League. And yeah, but if we don't win today, I just can't see. Yeah, I can't see anything beyond that. And obviously, you'd want Europa League any day over Conference League. So it's a big game. Yeah.
Certainly is. Well, we've got some would say a legend, some would say a legend joining. The Mighty Win. How are you doing, mate?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi, Mighty.
How's everyone?
Good afternoon.
Sadly,
Good.
I have been busy until literally about 10 minutes ago. So I haven't even had a chance to watch what you've been doing, but I'm sure it's been fantastic.
Cheers, mate.
It has
well-
been, just to confirm that. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just for the record, you're absolutely bang on win. So yeah, what do you think about the team and the game?
I haven't even seen the team yet. Is it out?
It is
Yeah.
out.
No, haven't
So
seen
we
it.
have. I'll tell you. So we've got Gordon up front. We've got Jacob Murphy right wing, Harvey Barnes left wing.
No surprise there to me.
Aye, and we have a midfield three of Willock, Ramsey, and Voltamara. And yeah, I think the face says it all. And, and we have
Ramsey and
yeah.
Voltamara.
I know. Like, there's no defensive nous there, is there?
Talk about eggs in one basket.
Yeah. So we've got Lewis Hall left back, so no rest for Lewis Hall. We've got Botman coming in for Byrne alongside Malik Chow, and we have Tino at right back for Trippier and Ramsdale in goal. So yeah, what do you think?
That didn't so the back four, I kind of suspected Byrne might get a rest.
Yeah.
And the front three is as I expected. But that midfield three, wow. No Tonali, no J7. Obviously,
So,
Bruno's out.
Just to clarify, Win, Tonali is ill.
Oh, yeah.
So
He hasn't
Tonali's
travelled.
ill.
He hasn't
Yeah,
travelled.
Right.
J7's on the
bench.
bench. Yeah.
He's picked it up.
Yeah.
And still he's got J7. Well, but J7 isn't progressive as either Willock or Ramsey. Or it's going to be interesting, folks. It's going to be interesting. We've said it a few times this season when we've seen the lineups. This could be a suicide note or a master stroke.
Yeah. And just on the fixture today as well, Chelsea away, we've got Lewis Hall and Tino both playing against the World Club. So Lewis Hall, I mean, I said on the last show that Chelsea must be kicking themselves for letting him go the way he's playing.
Well, let's hope we can remind them of that today.
Well, yeah, let's hope so. Yeah.
Yeah.
How
you doing?
Hello, Michael. How are you doing?
How you doing, Michael?
All right, lads. Yeah, all good. Little bit of a difficult one not seeing Tonali or J7 in that midfield as we're just talking about there. But yeah, to be honest, I've got a strange confidence around this one, which if anyone that knows me knows that's never a good thing.
Yeah. Bring it on. You know, Chelsea are vulnerable, like we've said. I mean, they're a quality side, obviously, but they've gave a lot of goals away. So we really need to just attack this game. And sometimes when there's not as much expected, you know, we can pull something out the bag.
You're saying they're a quality side. Are they a quality side? They're certainly a quality squad, and they've got quality players.
Yeah.
But have they ever proved that they're a quality side? Has there been a single game you've watched them this season where they've kind of, all turned it on and blown somebody away? Because I haven't
Villa
seen
4-1?
that.
Villa Park 4-1? Villa Park 4-1, maybe?
Yeah. I can't remember that specific game, to tell you the truth.
Right.
I might not have watched that.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Win.
Well, let's face it, we beat Villa 3-1.
Yeah.
So,
no, honestly, I get what you're saying. I do. And I think the problem is, like you say, they haven't been able to knit together the quality that they have in terms of an actual team. And that's maybe that spirit that we have and Eddie Howe is being able to implement.
Yeah.
And if you can get that with their quality, then you're certainly onto something.
That's the point. If you can get our spirit with their quality.
Yeah.
And then that begs the question, doesn't it? When you buy all these star players, do they buy into the team ethos? When you get a one who does, that's when you've got a true superstar on your hand.
Yeah, I agree.
That's it. Just with Chelsea as well, obviously, when they were battering teams earlier in the season, that was Maresca in charge. Since Rossini's come in, it's been a bit of a weird one, hasn't it? Because they've been a bit 50-50, and I know they did batter Aston Villa, but Wolves beat them like 4 days before that. So, and we saw how poor Wolves are. So they're a really tough side to get a handle on, because you don't really know which Chelsea's going to turn up. But I think we saw PSG, we went to PSG, and I know we got a draw. It was a tough game, but I don't think we were, we looked anything like Chelsea were, conceding 5. They scored 2 as well, obviously, credit to them, but just shows there is defensive frailties in there. And, maybe we're not the best team to pick up on that at the minute, but the chances will come if Newcastle actually try and get forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at Leeds. They scored 2. And from what I could see from that match, it looked very open. I think you're right. I think going forwards, they're really good. You've got, obviously, Palmer, quality player. You've got, even in midfield, I like Caicedo, obviously. I know he does a great job. Kind of breaking up the play. He's a bit... Say again, Win.
He sits in kicks.
He does. He's a bit dirty as well. Yeah, so the ref has to maybe keep an eye out for that. But I think
he allows the rest to attack, doesn't he?
And that's a dangerous system for a dangerous situation for Newcastle to be in, isn't it? If we're relying on a ref to help us out, because hitherto this season, that's been an absolute joke.
That's Eddie. Yeah. That's Eddie saying, "You want us out there?" No, joking. No, but I think that's my worry with Caicedo today. It is him sitting in midfield with Voltemada there. He might look at Voltemada and say, "I'm going to have you today. Thank you very much." I hope it doesn't turn out that way, but it's a big test for Nick with the opposition that he's playing against in that middle, in the midfield area. So, yeah, but I like Enzo as well on his day. Again, he's a bit of a funny one because he's a bit temperamental, like Caicedo. I think, they're a bit spiky, aren't they? And I think Fernandes has got quality. He's kind of similar to Bruno in that he does a bit of everything. He likes to tackle. He's got a good pass in his locker, and he likes to get goals as well. So, yeah, they've definitely got quality, but I think they're not as like you said to me, they're not as stable as what they would want in terms of, I think, going the other way, they were a bit vulnerable.
No, I think it says a lot, to be honest, that Reece James has often played in midfield as well. I know Enzo plays that more attacking role. Caicedo sits in the 2 just behind with James. But I think the fact is, it's Reece James isn't playing centre defensive midfield because Malo Gusto is that good of a right back. It shows, Enzo, when he is asked to play deeper, he's not fantastic in that kind of role. It's not his role. That's why they have to play him a little bit more advanced. So I think it shows the likes of Andre Santos, etc. as well. He doesn't trust them all too much in those kind of roles. So Reece James, good player, but he isn't a defensive midfielder, and Caicedo does a lot of the legwork in there. I think as well, just on that, sorry, just to add as well, I think if it was Enzo and I nearly call him Bruno Fernandes, Bruno Guimaraes in midfield there, or Joe Linton, I think we would have saw a bit more of a feistier affair. But let's be honest, with Willock, Ramsey, etc., I think Fernandes won't be up to his usual tricks against us. They'll still be a little bit, but not quite as feisty.
Yeah, but Chelsea's also vulnerable, aren't they, in defence? So if we can take our chances...
Yeah. That's it, and can we do that? Can we take our chances? To be fair to Gordon, he's looked better in the last month or so playing up there, and he has scored goals. I know a lot of them are penalties, but he has scored some good one-on-ones, and he just looked a bit more threatening, because I think there's been a lot of time in the past where he's completely fluffed his lines when he's played up there, and I ruled it out that he should ever play there again. But he seems to have refined his game a little bit in the final third that way, so we will see. I think with Chelsea playing at Stamford Bridge, I think what we need to try and do as well is make them nervous and make their fans nervous and play on that. Because if we can start creating chances against them, like they've just lost 5-2. It was 5-2, wasn't it, against PSG? Like you say, they've had mixed results since Rosenius came in. So it's potentially on a bit of a knife edge there right now. If we can start creating chances early doors and put one of them away, that crowd will get a bit tetchy, and we can really play on that and cement kind of our dominance, but our control in that game. That's what I'd be thinking of.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be honest, Chelsea's home form this season hasn't been great either. They sit mid-table, I think it is, for points picked up at home this season. I know our away form is down there with some of the bottom of the league, so form's not really something we can take assurance at. But this Chelsea crowd, they've seen enough points dropped at Stamford Bridge this season that if it starts badly, they'll probably end up getting on their back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Chelsea as well, obviously they've got João Pedro up front. Is he fit for this one? Because he's their main danger man, isn't he? Obviously Palmer, but Palmer's out of form right now, I think. But João Pedro, do we know if he's fit for this one?
Yeah, he's fit and start.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So we've got to keep him quiet, definitely, and obviously, hopefully, we won't get a taste of medicine today as to what we could have had. It's like what's that game show? This is what you bullseye, isn't it? this is what you could have won. Hopefully, we won't get that today. João Pedro scoring a hat trick or something. So, because he is quality, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Top class. Yeah, yeah.
But it's like Cole Palmer, though. He's a quality player, but you just got to keep him quiet. But he's one of them players that can be quiet for like 80 minutes and then be absolutely amazing for the last 10 minutes and create stuff.
Yeah, that's it.
It's like you said to me that we were after Pedro when he was at Watford, João Pedro. Yeah. And if only we actually, to be fair, we got we got Isaac instead, and that worked out well up until this summer. But it wasn't a bad second choice, to be fair.
Yeah.
Go on, Win. What were you going to say there?
I was just going to say, did you hear me factoid on? I think it was Thursday night on the show, but I was quite surprised that Newcastle, in a lot of people's minds, don't do well in London. We went through that horrific run of 15, 20 years ago, whatever, when we couldn't. Well, we got Uri Geller in at the finish for to get us the victory. At
we'll beat Arsenal.
Nice assist from Uri there.
But in actual fact, if we win today, we'll become only the fourth non-London club to win 50 Premier League games in the capital. There's only Liverpool, Man U, and Man City who've won more than 50 games in London.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it kind of shows you where we could be in the hierarchy, albeit there's 3 London clubs to contend with as well. Well, that's, if you count West Ham, you could argue 4 maybe.
Mm.
And the way Brentford and Crystal Palace are doing this season, London's getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I was surprised when I heard that win because it shows that post Arsenal that game 3-1, Robert scoring that goal. Post then, I think clearly we've, like you say, we've just went in a different direction because before then, I remember all too well playing away in London and it got to a point where the talk wasn't necessarily about the opposition team. It was like, we're playing in London. Can we break this hoodoo, please? I remember like Charlton away. And it's like, okay, come on, let's beat Charlton. And lo and behold, we lose. It was so frustrating.
I mean, we even had that pre-season friendly against Leyton Orient. Got beat 6-0. Was it 6?
6-1, I think.
Yeah. Which actually was a blessing because I think after that match pre-season, I think the players sat down, didn't they, and said, okay, right, who wants it and who doesn't?
Aye.
And they kicked on from there.
Anyway, that's the London jinx.
Well, Connor says there we have only won 2.
On the Stamford Bridge curse, if you like, of course, they've won 11-12 since Cisse came up with his thunderbolts.
Yeah, but we always say that when we travel quite far, we always don't seem to do very well. And that was like the London curse.
Aye, maybe we need to get Cisse, give him his boots back just for one after today's game.
We'd have more offsides than we've had all season.
True. If you didn't know the offside rule then, he's probably totally forgotten the rule now. If you didn't know, jeez.
How's it going, Gary? welcome to the show.
Hey, afternoon. Thank you very much. Apologies for the late delay. The trouble is when you're at home, it's always work to do. I'd rather be out at the game with you boys. Oh, I'm joking. Are we all well? Are we good? Are we
All
upset?
good,
We're all upbeat for this game because
We're
for
up
me,
for it.
Well, we
Yeah, I
were
think-
until we said, well, I was until I saw the team.
White flag.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I do think the importance is going to be the midweek game, and I think there's going to be teams, players have to be rotated through. Problem is with Newcastle, even though we keep saying it's the strongest side we've seen in a very long time. We go back to 97, 97, and you compare the two, the depth of squad, the lack of that little bit of quality, that little bit of finesse does go, away, if you like, when it comes to that final ball. And even our quality players, we seem to struggle a little bit, probably hitting the ball a little bit too hard through the middle. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'll let you crack on, Gary, and really appreciate you coming on, Sean. Thanks a lot for that. And yeah, we will certainly see what happens. But yeah, keep the faith and how well the lads.
How well the lads.
Indeed. Cheers, boys. I'll
Well,
see you
lads.
on the next one. Take care, boys.
Thank you.
ever so much.
Catch you a bit, lads.
Take care. Right, there you have it. The boys are gone, and it's us three, the three amigos, ready for the Stamford Bridge. And like I say, surely we have an opportunity. It's an interesting stat when you look at it. Mentioned on social media this morning that only 2 European teams and only 1 English team has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit in the Champions League. So you can tell it's going to be a bit of it's going to be a bit of a task for any of those English clubs to get back. And believe it or not, the teams that were both involved were Barcelona. 3-0 up against Liverpool, and Liverpool come back to win it. And obviously they were 3-0 down to Roma, and they come back to draw 4-4 in aggregate in the home tie. So it is a tough task at the new camp for Newcastle. So, like I said, I understand some of the changes. Certainly doesn't make it feel good to get a game. But as we saw, some of the lesser players, if you look at the lads that come off the bench, the Jacob Murphy's not been really singing and dancing this season on that right-hand side. He certainly proved he's still got it in his armoury. That it was a tremendous cross for Harvey Barnes. So fingers crossed we can do the same today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Murphy, on the ball, he's a little bit better than Anthony Elanga. Certainly, final ball in the regards to crossing is better, even though, Murphy tends to have 1 perfect cross in 10. 7 of those will hit the first man. But in a game against Chelsea where, they're going to have a little bit more of the possession, they're probably going to dominate. Newcastle are going to look to hit on the counter. We can see that by the fact Gordon's up front. That sort of early cross and being clinical when we get in behind with Gordon. That's where we're going to need to really be perfect today. And Jacob Murphy, I haven't liked the lad's performances this season, but he is better, in my opinion, than Elanga or Barnes in getting players in behind like that with the early cross. So it is the right move for me.
I'm just busy checking up on Paul Tierney's record against. Why can any of you off the top of your heads think why I've got Paul Tierney in the back of my mind? I'm sure he was responsible for one bad decision. I'm just checking his record against us.
I'm not sure, if I'm honest with you. I'm not sure whatsoever. Ryan Staples there. Please, for the love of God, get Voldemort some support and don't leave him alone. I totally agree, mate. We need to find a way to get this lad singing again. It is a criminal to see how his career at Newcastle has slid slowly downhill. And fingers crossed we can get it. It's really strange, Michael, because I'm looking at you at times. It looks like you've got no ears.
It's the black background in the back.
Yeah, it is. It does. You're like one of those robots, where you can see a face but nothing at the back. Really, Really crazy. Perturbing, yeah, is the word. Let's have a quick look then at Newcastle's game against Chelsea. Chelsea come into the match needing a bounce back after a heavy 5-2 midweek Champions League defeat to PSG, which has made their progression in Europe very difficult. Manager Liam Rosenior has acknowledged the challenge, and the team is focused on securing points in the league to aid their top four push. Team news for Chelsea. Some of the news, anyway, that I've got before the lineup was announced. Pedro Neto is suspended. Additional ban mentioned after his prior red card. Injuries doubts include Estevao William, a hamstring, Jamie Gittins, hamstring, but some return to training noted as potential boost. Levi Colwell, cruciate ligament tear, and others of Aaron Anselmino as a hamstring issue. They've got hamstring issues like we've got dead legs at Newcastle. Goalkeeper situation is a real headache for Chelsea at the minute, with recent errors from Jorgensen possibly leading to a change back to Robert Sanchez, who hasn't looked too promising himself in goal. Potential returns to fitness, as I've just said, Estevao and Gittins, who are both training with the Chelsea squad this week. But again, is this game a game too far for seeing return? They may get some minutes. They may not start, but we'll go through the teams in a minute. So their predicted lineup, this was before I saw the actual lineup, was Joe Palmer, Joe Pedro, who to me is the informed player at the moment, highlighting the leading scorers, Enzo Fernandez, Moises Caicedo, and Reece James. You know the guys like Newcastle. They have got a select few that will always be in the squad unless the suspension and there is injuries. So for Newcastle, he's reported to have a healthy squad for the first time in a while, Eddie Howe, which is a positive ahead of this trip. However, some sources note...
Until Tonali goes out with an illness.
Well, yeah, that's the next thing, isn't it? How many of them are going to fall through the illness bracket that seems to be a pseudo illness, as we call it. Fabian Shaw obviously out, Bruno Gilmore's still out. Anthony Gordon was doubtful before the match because of this illness, saying that he'd lost a little bit of strength. Hence, he was only used as a bit part player because he wanted to play. Newcastle on mid-table are looking to arrest that patchy run, while Chelsea have historically had success against them in recent meetings. Excuse me. Previous suggests Chelsea are favourites, with Opta Supercomputer giving them a 54.6% chance of a win at Stamford Bridge, with predictions of goals due to both teams' attacking intent but defensive issues. Many expect an open game, with tips leaning towards over goals or a Chelsea win. The match is building up hype on social media, with fans' predictions, score contests, and ticket sale discussions active all over social media. So, interesting a little bit on Chelsea. Like I say, they are missing potentially one or two star players. Have you seen their lineup at the yet?
Yeah, we've got starting up. Strangely, I think has James been playing in midfield for a while now?
Yeah, he's sort of played for the majority of the season. I think he's had 20, 30 games in at Chelsea there. Had a small spell previously in his career playing there, but it's one of those, he's been moved in there. Not recently, but some at Chelsea have seemed to stick with.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if he's eyeing a midfield spot for England in the World Cup, as opposed to the right back spot.
That's an interesting one.
I wonder if he's seen Livramento's performances and thought.
I think that one thing you've got to look at with anything like this is the fact
I think Reece James is Livramento's only real competition at right back.
What you think is the nemesis of Tina? It's an interesting one, mate. To be fair, because like I say, I look at Reece James, and every coach, manager, whichever way you want to call them, loves versatility, within a player. And when you've got somebody, we've got Louis Smiley, who just seems to just want to play football. Louis Hall, another one. I don't think you could ever really put into a position on that left-hand side where he wouldn't look out of favour to a degree. You've seen that he can attack, you can defend. So, sometimes you do question would it be worth throwing him in as a wing back, where you get the best of both worlds and probably a little bit of balance? But again, when you're doing that, you have got to be sure of the balls through that left-hand side, because sometimes you can be left wanting. I just think Newcastle look balanced. Go on, mate.
An interesting question here from Gavin Fuller, saying, why do all the players seem to be kept around the group to spread this illness round person to person? There was a couple of things came to my mind in midweek when I think it was Richie Toon Nut said that Anthony Gordon had said that he didn't want to talk to Shearer because he didn't want to risk passing the illness on. And I was thinking to myself, well, hang on a minute, if this is a sort of contagious illness that's going around, what the hell is he doing in the squad? And then when Eddie in his presser said, we've got this illness going around the squad, then it does kind of boggle the mind as to why the hell players who've succumbed to this illness are then allowed to mingle with the rest of the squad. It seems crackers to me, that.
No, I completely agree. And like when you see
good
Ramsey
question,
vomiting on the side of the pitch in some games, it does seem like this illness has been around the squad for a long time, and it does seem to just being passed from player to player. Now, it could be completely different illnesses, we don't know for sure, but the fact that it is impacting these players pretty much in the same way. And living in Newcastle, I've known there's a pretty viral plague that seems to be going around because people at work seem to be getting it, friends have got it, yeah. So it does seem weird, but I think maybe that just shows that Howe is really, really scared of having an even thinner squad to choose from, because that's the only reason I can think of that he would keep the players in there.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, to be fair, he did keep Voltemada away, didn't he? When Voltemada was a little bit sick. Now, again, we're not really sure when Ramsdale's sickness came on, because he played okay during that first half. It was when he come back on the second half where you actually started to see him retching at the side of the pitch. Burnley 0, Bournemouth 0 is the result, by the way, which is crazy, isn't it? Absolutely. This is this season all over for me. You just never understand some of the results. Anybody who's putting bets on this season must be ripping slips up left, right, and centre, because when you think of away results, you'd have thought that was a banker. Sunderland losing to Brighton 1-0, and have a guess who scored? Minty. So like I say, Macam's going down at home.
Yeah, and I've just seen that goal, and what a weird goal that is. I mean, from 0 degrees at all on the byline, for all the world he's going across, and I think he mishits it, and it beats the keeper at the near post, and the keeper's just going,
And I really hope this keeper's in nets against us, because saw the game against Port Vale. He makes an excellent save to stop O'Nien scoring a horrific own goal. But I've got a few friends who are Sunderland fans, and they're saying, like, if he's in goal for the derby, we're lost. We might as well not turn up.
Excellent. I love it. I'm just trying to get myself as equal lengths to you two. Right, there you go. So here we go then. This is the Chelsea lineup, as we say, not predicted, but you can see that there's a few bodies on board there that we saw. So they've got Sanchez, Gusto, Fofana, Chalobah, Cucurella, James, Casado, Palmer, Enzo, Garnacho, and Joe Pedro. Not a bad side, if I'm honest with you. It's going to take a lot for Newcastle to get past this, but Chelsea have been an unpredictable side this season. Sometimes there's a lot of flair in there, and it just doesn't always work. It always seems to break down. There's somebody in the chat just said, I'm quite happy with Newcastle's backline, but it will take a lot of work in the midfield. So let's have a quick look at where Newcastle are as well. So in goal, we've got Ramsdale. Again, I can see the reasons behind that. Ramsdale has been the person for me who looked, like I say, I wouldn't say he's looked any better saving the ball.
It's his to lose.
I think you just get a little bit more from that footballing technique where, like I say, he's zipping the ball through the lines along the floor rather than throwing it through the air all the time. Hall, Botman, Gordon, Barnes. Again, Gordon and Barnes in the side. Chow, Livramento, Murphy on that right side. And captain today, Murphy. Voltemada, Willock and Ramsey. And like the lad said, it literally is going to be the midfield that needs to work hard today because it's a bit light for me, but only time will tell. Depending on how they set up, if Voltemada sits in that left centre midfield slot, with the likes of Willock and Ramsey, I think it could be a hard day at the office. Again, if we're playing the two at the back, is Willock and Ramsey the ideal two? Well, no, I wouldn't mind Ramsey being there, but again, I think you've got three players with forward momentum rather than defensive mentality. So very interesting mid three, but the attack looks okay. I'm happy with Gordon, Barnes and Murphy. I mean, again, you're talking about just getting the ball into the right areas, and if the Murphy comes with the right attitude and the right shooting boots and everything else comes with it, you just never know. So you said you were a bit perplexed with this lineup then, Winsey. Where does the problem lie for Newcastle?
Well, the problem lies in exactly what you've just said. For me, we haven't got a tackler in the middle of the park at all, because Willock can't tackle a rice pudding. I just, looking at that lineup, I find it difficult to believe that Gordon's going to be up top. Because you can't have Walton Moore scrapping in the middle. I would have him as the point of a diamond, as I've said a million times. But to me, at least with Murphy, he has got defensive, he does take his defensive duties seriously. As does Gordon when Gordon's on the left wing, but Barnes can't tackle a rice pudding either. So if we're relying on Barnes to cover back over, I'm worried, I'll be honest.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think Ramsey will play that more defensive role. I think this time, I think he's the one that can get a few tackles in there for Newcastle. He's been utilised mainly as that tidy player in the midfield of get the ball, try and advance it, do a turn, try and beat a man, try and create some space. But I think he is probably the best out of those three of doing the dirty work in midfield. And you mentioned, obviously, you got Barnes and Willock, who aren't exactly great at that kind of job. I don't think Murphy is either, to be honest. I think he's good at getting in the position.
But when the one thing Murphy does, he disrupts. Because he gets back quickly, he disrupts.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, could this be the epiphany? Could this be when we're suddenly going to become this tick-a-tack side and we're going to suddenly put beautiful passing moves together, and in which case, you want Voltemada, where Chris has been screaming for him to be, up top with two wingers playing crosses in the form of Gordon and Murphy, and Barnes in the number 10 behind Voltemada.
Yeah,
but to do that, you've got to have the ball.
That is exactly right. You have got to have the ball. You're right,
and that's where I see the problem with this lineup. It's actually who's going to win the ball, because again, I know he's my man, and everybody will have a go at us, but without Byrne in the middle there, because I don't care what anybody says, Byrne's a better defender than what Botman is. And by the way, lately has shown going forward, he's got a trick in his locker as well. When I heard the lineup, I was perplexed, to say the least, and worried, because I don't think we've got a ball winner in the team, apart from Lewis Hall. Are we going to be a one-man show yet again?
Yeah, I think, like I say, you lads were talking about the history of Newcastle at Stamford Bridge. It's never been a ground that we've ever flourished in, if I'm honest with you. Obviously, you go back, as you mentioned before. We've had a couple of draws in recent history under with Eddie Howe at the helm, if you like. Obviously, then we went on to lose 4-2 on penalties in the League Cup. And then you have to go back to 2011-12 league with Cisse 2 goals. You get the draw in 10 and 11. You win 4-3 with Ranger Taylor and Shoulder Ameobi scored in 2 in 10 and 11. But again, you keep having to go back to
they've won 11 of the last 12.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But even in history, even when you've had a really good side with the Shearers, the Ferdinands in the side, it's never been a side. You talk about
that was
players.
when we had the London curse.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But it's funny though, isn't it, when you think about one ground that just seems to be. We talk about the Amex for Brighton, Newcastle. Couldn't get a result there for love and money type of situation. Stamford Bridge, another a ground that we just never seem to turn up at. So again, for me, it's the mentality we approach today. It's not about the side so much. Do you see any of these players forcing themselves into the side? Because that's what they're playing for now. They're playing for that midweek shirt against Barcelona, one of the biggest games of Newcastle's history, if you think. Because if we win this one, obviously we are then, into it's just a knockout stages now, isn't it? It's every man for himself. And by losing a couple of the big guns, and it looks like we're going to lose a couple of English big guns going forward, there's no reason why Newcastle can't push this one as far as they possibly can. So for me, is there places on this team that wasn't against Barcelona in midweek, getting ready for next week?
Well, I think that's what you've got to hope that's the mindset. I'm gonna prove that I'm undroppable. I'm gonna have the game of my life, and force Eddie's hand, as it were. Because it would certainly appear, looking at the bench, that he has decided to prioritise, albeit Tonali's got this illness by all accounts, but he has decided to prioritise this with J7 on the bench, with Byrne on the bench. Interesting. Listen, I hope you're right, and I hope they come out firing and wanting to prove to the world that they're as good as anybody in the squad.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because they're talking that it's going to be a 4-5-1 counter from Newcastle at Stamford Bridge with the way they set up. And yet when you look at, they're including, Eddie Howe's including 6 changes in today's team. Again, we talk about where and who plays what. On SofaScore, they've got a set up as a 4-2-3-1 rather than the 4-3-3, which has been very much prominent this season. Again, Eddie Howe doesn't believe in a 4-3-3, only on paper, he suggests. It's never real if you watch them play. It always looks blooming real when you watch it, doesn't it? 4-5-1 especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in regards to getting the time in and potentially getting places for Barcelona, I think it's the right-hand side that have got the most approved. Let's be honest, it's probably already earmarked that Trippier, for his experience in the back line, and Elanga for his pace on the break, will start against Barcelona, and I think that's why they've been rotated here. But if Tino Livramento puts in a 9 out of 10 performance and Jacob Murphy gets an assist or two, looks quite dangerous creatively when we're going to play a similar way, it's not going to be identical. But you're looking at them going, well, actually, maybe we need you in there because Elanga and Trippier, aren't exactly the best performers week in, week out. Trippier's improved, so has Elanga. But I think out of all the positions up for grabs, those are the two that can really stake their claim today with a good performance.
So you're saying there that you think in Eddie's mind, he's already decided on Trips at right back?
I think because Livramento's playing today I think he's looked at Trippier and gone, right, I'm going to rotate him, and I need the experience for Barcelona in that game where we're going to be defending more. I think Trippier, he'll have earmarked Trippier and Byrne as two players that are cemented in that defence for me.
Yeah,
Right,
it's an interesting one.
That's interesting. I just wonder whether he's, with Tino having just come back from a long injury, whether he's put him in today to see how long he can get out of him. He'd have all these metrics. He's on record now with saying, with Anthony Gordon, the medical team told him he could get half an hour out of him. Gordon wanted to play in all this business, but the medical team said you'll get half an hour out of him, flat out. And I'm wondering if he's got that same sort of information going on about Tino, and maybe he thinks if he can get some more minutes into his legs today, he can then have him for the new camp.
Barcelona. Yeah, it's always a point. Let's be honest. Tino Livramento is one of our best players. He wouldn't be linked with Man City for, 70 million, if not the case. Yeah. And I think, it is a good point. This could be just his chance to get minutes into him and play him. I certainly wouldn't mind it because, as I say, he's a great player, but I think the experience factor and the fact this is the one chance he's had, really, not the one chance, but one of the only chances he's had in the last 3 months to actually rotate that right back position as well. It's a blessing no matter how much you look at it.
Mm. Yeah, you're right. Let's have a quick look at some of the table then, of where we are at this present moment in time. Because it's not fabulous reading. With Newcastle currently lying in 13th place with 29 games played on 39 points. But a miracle win today, which is something we very rarely see at Chelsea, Stamford Bridge, could move us up to 9th. Because obviously Bournemouth not really able to capitalise on that trip to Burnley. Would that be like momentum in thought process, as in getting the job done today? Another thing that Eddie Howe has to shovel home now. Like I say, we're out of both competitions. There's no more games going on in that situation. So there is literally two games that you have to really now knuckle down in. Carry on with the Premier League to get yourself as high a position as you can. I mean, as you can see by this graphic, there's only Arsenal that have played 30. There's still a lot of teams that can stretch that lead above us today because they've still got games to play tomorrow. So for me, this is again that mental approach. It's about us grabbing, what's happened today. The Mackems losing, Bournemouth obviously winning, Brighton drawing, Brighton winning. The only other team that can get anywhere near this is obviously Fulham now if they win tomorrow. So for me, that's motivation. That's to claw back 4 places, if you like, and get closer to that top 7, which is potentially going to be European competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be honest, that it's tough in there at the minute. I know you look at the teams that we're up against and you think we've definitely got a chance of getting that. And I think when you see the Bournemouth score today, you go, okay, there's no bankers for any team in there. I've been saying for the last 2 weeks, Brentford could even, with their fixtures, push on for a Champions League spot. I don't think they will, but with the fixtures, you sit there and go, wow, they're really, really good fixtures for your last 9. Bournemouth of today have just shown that, even Burnley isn't a banker anymore. So Newcastle, you get a win today, which again, given we're running London, I don't think we will, but you go into 9th and all of a sudden you're thinking, well, actually, could we catch 7th? If you lose today, Palace could go above you tomorrow and all of a sudden we're in the bottom of that middle section and the derby becomes even bigger, if it could. I was thinking this game might have been a bit one of where Newcastle have more of an eye on Wednesday, but a win or a draw today could be absolutely massive.
Well, the way I look at it is we're 9 points off 5th. Who's in 5th?
Chelsea.
We beat them today. We're 6 points off 5th. 2 wins off 5th. And everybody says I'm nuts. Never judge a painting when it's half finished.
Well, there is that. There is that, definitely. I mean, you know, you have to look at it for what it is, and for me, you know, it's a case of I could understand Eddie Howe prior to Man City knocking us out the cups, right? To really try and cast that that net, if you like, and grab as much as he possibly could. The squad's never going to achieve the high notes, but the financial side of it, you know, it's good. And the other thing that you've also got to take on board with these type of situations now is the fact that when Newcastle reach the higher end of all competitions, and again, you talk about that double-edged sword. You know, everybody says it's a compliment because you're playing 46 games in a season. If you weren't good, you wouldn't be doing that. On the other end, you know, they're saying, well, you're gonna struggle with getting anything because you're pushing the players far too much to win all of the competitions. So for me, this is like I say, not guaranteed, but gives Eddie Howe now focus just on two areas to concentrate on. It might give him a little bit more time as well on the training ground, which is where we know that Eddie Howe seems to have lost a little bit of ground when it comes to training the players midweek for that next game ahead. It must be very difficult when you're setting up. Apparently J7 has got a slight toe injury. That's why he's not starting, according to Eddie Howe. By the way, everybody listening, he's got. I hope he's not got turf toe. I hope that ain't catching because that could be 8 months on the sideline. I mean, Harvey Barnes can keep that to himself. It is, like I say, something that we need to look at. And finances, when you think of the club now, again, this is something that I told you, my post is such an avid football person. He supports Villa, but he loves Newcastle. And when he comes and talks to me on the morning, I think we spend half an hour talking. And he said, that, you know, the beauty of it is you don't realise how big a catchment that gives you regarding sponsorship. And it's something I hadn't thought of. He says, when you start getting and vying for the domestic trophies, Premier League, Champions League, I mean, obviously I don't see us vying for Premier League for a while yet, but he says that's when the big money comes because they know you're going to, but their name, wherever it is going to be blazoned across all areas going further in these competitions. Is that something that you guys have considered regarding the financial side of it, if we are achieving these 50 games a season plus?
Well, for me, go on.
The way I look at it is, and again, I was poo-pooed for it. Okay, Ipswich aren't an example now because they're out, but let's say Burnley. There's no reason to me why Burnley cannot command huge front of shirt sponsorship money, even though they are dogs, which is the only potential reason that you wouldn't want to be associated with failure, if you like. But in terms of brand recognition, Burnley are playing the top, you know, the elite, the top 6-7 clubs twice a season. So that's 14 times that whoever's sponsoring Burnley is going to have their logo loud and proud on the pitch for 90 minutes against the best in the land. Mm. So I think that the lesser clubs are missing a trick and not up in their up in what they charge for sponsorship. Did you see me point? The fact that you are Burnley, okay, like I say, you may not want to be associated with failure, as it were. But in terms of brand recognition, which is a large part of the deal in advertising, your logo is going to be out there every bit as much as what, I don't know, who I couldn't even tell you who's Man City. Oh, is it Eddie Howe? Man City shirt sponsor?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It is, right, yeah. So,
yeah, thank you to Ben, who's thrown us a super chat.
Ben.
Again, daft putting Nick in midfield. Love you.
Do we know he's going to be in midfield yet?
Well, like I said, I mean, listen, we know he's going to be left centre mid, and that's what worries me. You know, listen, I I have no issues with Ramsey. I have more issues with Willock and Voltamada because, like I say, they're not really set up for that flat line across the middle. And maybe that's the mentality as well from Eddie. If he knows that he's got to rest the Warriors for midweek games, is he putting these boys out there to actually go and attack rather than defend? So it'll be an interesting one. Go on, what was you going to say about that point that I said before regarding sponsorship?
Yeah, for me, it's one of those. I think, you look at the domestic cups. I think if you're a club like Fulham, West Ham, or something like that, and let's say you get a history of making it to the latter stages of these competitions, from a marketing perspective, people will look at that team and go, right, well, we tend to get more games out of these teams, and television works a massive part of that. You see teams get the TV, the number of teams, the number of matches you see certain teams have on TV. I'll get it out eventually. You see the likes of Leeds, they're going to get more than Burnley because of the following and the reputation around that club. Instantly, from a marketing perspective, you look at Leeds and go, they're much more valuable to us because of that. But I know Betano, Aston Villa's, I think it's a front shirt, might be training kit, but I know they spent an absolute fortune on that, with the knowledge that they'd only have it for a year, just because of them being in Europe and the fact of, they could play these 50 games a week. It's not just the focus in the UK, it's everywhere. And, for me, from a marketing perspective, a football club is one of the best places you can advertise your brand. But at the same time, because of the sheer amount of advertisement around the Premier League at the moment, it's very easy to get lost in the sauce. So I think a lot of companies will come to look at these football clubs and go, we're probably not seeing the return on investment as we were maybe expecting a few years ago, just because of the sheer volume of advertisements these days.
Well, that was the famous comment by the Mercedes-Benz director who was responsible for advertising and marketing, and they spent something like £10 billion a year on advertising, and the marketing director turned around. He says, we are spending £10 million on advertising. He says, I know for a fact £5 billion is completely wasted. The trouble is, I don't know which five. so he says half of it's a waste of money. The trouble is, I don't know which half.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's a tough game, isn't it?
It is indeed. Congratulations to the under-21s last night with Sue Park having a tremendous game, blasting down the wing to cross for Sean Neve to drive one in, and obviously getting a screaming himself from the inside left position, using his right foot to angle one across to the far post past the Blackburn keeper, eventually coming out winners of 2-0. So
Yeah,
we're going
to... Is that on NUFC TV?
I've seen it on X, mate, to be fair. I haven't seen it on anywhere else. But
well, if it's been on there, it must be on the Newcastle United scene.
Yeah, but Sue Park is certainly having some good time. And according to the reports, Oritz Wilson, a young 13-year-old, has signed from Grassroots Wide Open Football Club after a successful trial. Yeah. Wilson is left-footed midfielder, winger, who has been described as skillful and athletic player. There you go. Another Wide Open FC under-13 youngster joins Newcastle. There you go. So again, Newcastle are looking at grassroots level, which is great, to try and cherry pick all the rising young stars before they get picked up and moved elsewhere. So well done on that one. I suppose what we had to do, as we've got the 5-minute countdown now, is literally come back and talk about who's in the middle straight after this.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube,
on the AB,
and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
So then, right then, we have obviously need to have a quick glander of the referee. It's Paul Tierney. You're talking about Paul Tierney earlier on, weren't you? First sighting of the Wigan Whistler since he took charge of our 4-1 loss at Arsenal back in February 24. VAR is Michael Salisbury. And obviously, again, not somebody I'm too aware of.
See, I
Paul-
recognise that name as well. But we've had that
but
many
Paul-
bad decisions this season.
That's what I'm saying. But Paul Tierney seems to be one of those referees from having a quick gander at him. Because, like I say, we don't really have him a lot of the time. He doesn't brandish cards willy nilly, and he does try and allow the game to go on. The problem is when when you're facing a team like Chelsea, who are known for hitting the ground. I'm not going to say diving because it's a different criteria.
But they're known for
altogether.
diving, yeah.
But they are, yes, indeed. So for me, he's got to have his wits about him today because there could be selective hitting the ground for no apparent reason. Cucurella is the one for me that you have to watch because even a wasp could knock that lad over at times.
I do like Cucurella,
I know you do. I don't like him.
Cucurella is
He's just all busy. He's all busy, and I don't think there's a lot to it. Even though he gets into the Spanish side, and I don't know how sometimes. But anyway, I don't pick the sides. What's your thoughts on this lad in the middle? Again, all you're hoping for is he's not in the limelight too much.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I just took a look there to actually see what games he's officiated for us. And it turns out the last 7 games, we've actually got a pretty decent record. And as you say, the last time he reffed us was the 4-1 against Arsenal. But before that, it was 4 wins and a draw in the previous 5.
Was one of the I'm just again? I'll be kind of fine. But what was it? Not him that sent Fabian Schär off for the alleged headbutt on
Diaz?
No, or at least that's not him down here.
Southampton, first game of the season last year.
Yeah. I don't think it was.
Because we won the game. So you look at it and say, oh, we won the game. But
mental.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, let's have a quick look at the teams then. For Chelsea, we've got Sanchez, Gusto, Fofana, Chalobah, Cucurella at the back. 2 sitting deep is Reece James and
Moses
Caicedo. And up top, as you see, Garnacho on the one side. You've got Joe Pedro on the other. And I can't remember the other side.
Well, no, I think
Palmer and Fernandes. Enzo Fernandes.
Joe Pedro up front.
Yeah, well, Enzo, I mean, Cole Palmer, it's really funny because he likes to move into that inside right position. So it's very difficult to see where
I just look at those two because basically we look to both be set up 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, I can't see
and
it.
if you look at their two in the middle, James and Caicedo, against Willock and Ramsey, if there's 2 of them going for the ball, who's your money on to come out with it? And sadly, my money would be on James and Caicedo.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah. Well, they cost enough money. I mean, you'd expect that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well,
if I'm honest,
James didn't, but
no. I mean, he's a
local,
one of their products. Yeah.
But Caicedo, one of the most expensive, and
that's what I said. I mean, when you've got a squad of how many players have they got now on their books? Something like 41, 42 players.
There was the famous spoof, wasn't there, of the Chelsea team bus?
Yeah, a triple decker,
a 6-decker.
Yeah, it's
with
crazy.
All the players' legs hanging off the side.
Yeah, absolutely mental. It reminds you of one of those Indian trains going through.
Yeah, that's right.
New Delhi. Where everybody's hanging off the roof. Fabulous. It is going to be an interesting one, and I have a feeling we've got something coming out of this one today. So let's see. I don't know why were they all doing a cuddle round the ref there. I have no idea what that was, but it certainly didn't look interesting. Don't see the logic in that whatsoever, if I'm honest. But anyway, it looked like they were trying to intimidate the referee there on the centre circle. Oh, now I've seen his face, Mr. Tierney. I know who he is now.
Yeah, I recognise the
Newcastle.
faces, but can't put a name to the face most of the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, certainly isn't Quasimodo because he rang a bell. Anyway, it's Murphy Willock to kick off. He goes all the way back to Ramsdale. Newcastle kicking left to right as we look. Botman down the line now to Hall. Back to Botman, who again goes all the way back to Ramsdale, who again goes on that diagonal to Chow. And Tino just on the gallop in front of him. It's a bit of a dodgy ball there for Voltemada. And as Botman got the legs to keep it in play, yes, he has. But again, it can only go to a blue shirt who, again, first touch by Caicedo wasn't brilliant. And it's out for a Newcastle throw in. So straight back to the keeper anyway, Ramsdale. And again, it seems as though Newcastle wanting to get Chelsea up and around them. Like I say, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys set up at the moment. Ball down the line from Newcastle, but it's unfortunately straight out of play. Looks like I say, Newcastle trying to tempt Chelsea forward so we can play the ball in and behind. So it certainly looks like its pace is the plan for today, boys.
Yeah, absolutely.
There we see it Gordon up front already pressing. So my thought that Baltimore might be the one that started up top is unfounded.
Yeah. The Gordon love child of yours, obviously. Joe Pedro now picking the ball up to Rhys James, who's sitting in the centre circle on the halfway line again. Got Gusto on that right-hand side. Gusto now plays it back to James. Caicedo square now, picking the ball up on the halfway line. And again, looking for that diagonal. Voltemada sees the danger and picks that one up. Barnes now, again, coming towards the midfield. Again, Voltemada into Willock. Now out to Tino. Down the line now for Murphy. Murphy inside. Can he get on the end of it? No, he can't. And again, it's out of play for a Newcastle throw-in. So again, Newcastle on the offensive straight away, trying to get in and behind Chelsea. It's a good little pocket of play there.
Yeah, definitely Newcastle. Livramento and Murphy combining down the right. Baltimore doing well in midfield, as you said. It's a positive start, but both sides, looking a little bit shaky. Passing hasn't been great from either in the opening stages, but Newcastle putting together the first good move of the game.
Yeah, indeed. And again, now we are literally just trying to get hold of this ball. Tino Livramento with the long throw in, but it's not gone far, to be fair. He hasn't got 9 fingers to throw it that far. And the ball, again, from Joe Pedro, just playing the ball back in. And it's all the way back to Sanchez in goal. And then Chelsea just trying to play and keep hold of the ball for a little bit. Fofana and Chalobah just trying to get Sanchez a couple of touches. It's back with Chalobah now. Into Cucurella. Down the line straight away to Cucurella. Into Garnacho.
Livramento pressing way into their half.
Oh, absolutely. This is what we need. We need to keep them tagged right in. So again, it's what I keep saying. Even the best players don't like bodies in and around them. Again, poor touch there straight away from Joe Pedro. Botman and Hall now picking the ball up. Playing the ball back to Chow, who again finds himself some nice space. And this is what I like about Ramsdale. Yeah, he's willing to become that second and third defender at times when our fullbacks have gone high. Ramsey getting a touch. Again, just playing 5 yards. Newcastle, again, trying to draw the players on in the blue shirt. But again, they're not suckering into that one, to be fair. And again, it looks like Chelsea are happy for Newcastle. Well done, Willock there. Willock. Oh, but that's a really poor ball from Willock. Just as I said, well done. He plays a ball to nobody. And it's straight back.
He plays a ball straight to Chelsea.
Yeah, it comes back to a Chelsea shirt. And again, it's now just Enzo, who again dropping in a little deeper. Enzo to try and get hold of the ball. Again, Caicedo now. Cucurella on the halfway line. Going backwards now with Newcastle. Not on the press, but literally taking up that half space to try and stop any balls going forward. So Chelsea not taking any precautions here and playing the way they're facing at the moment. It's exactly what we thought he was going to be, though, lads. Slow start from Chelsea to see what Newcastle throw at them. But again, Sanchez's balls aren't that good when it comes to trying to play out the back.
Yeah, he's been pretty poor, hasn't he?
done.
Balling behind for us at the minute. Barnes,
he's going to be offside. He's going to be offside, surely.
I
was going to say he's probably going to be offside anyway. It's just like it reminded me of Barcelona. Yeah, but then you couldn't see the linesman. Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
No, he wasn't. That's what I'm saying.
It was a good arced run, but he just couldn't get the ball back enough.
Couldn't get the ball. It was a poor ball.
Chelsea now.
Given the situation, you know. I tell you what I've noticed already 3 times, because Cucurella does like to take a man on and go, but he hasn't fancied it against Tino when Tino has been up there right on him. He's just passed it back.
Yeah, it is interesting because, like I say, at the minute they seem to be very regimental.
Caicedo, I meant Cucurella.
Cucurella, I knew you meant. They're very regimental at the minute, Chelsea. Maybe that, again, feeling a little bit of pressure from the defeat in midweek. And again, it's a case of just looking for that ball over the top again to try and get in and behind Newcastle when Newcastle are on the press. And I think that's something that Newcastle must be aware of, boys, because it's something that's been a failure of ours when we've gone man for man high. The ball over the top has made us a little bit vulnerable to a shot at goal, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And let's be honest, it's been so easy to get in behind Newcastle this season. We've seen quite a few teams do it. But what I will say with that is usually we haven't had our first choice back two in there. I would say this is, and let's be honest, both of our first choice back two have made a lot of mistakes this season as individuals. But bit of time together, you'd argue this is our first choice back 4, maybe even back 5 if you include Ramsdale in there. I don't think this back 4 has played a lot this season, back 5 even less. So it's a good sign still.
Yeah, you're right. It's Chelsea with the ball as we speak now. Like I say, deep in their half. It's still Arsenal 0, Everton 0, from what I can see so far as well in the other fixture. So, again, that's just started, I believe. Ball has come away onto this left-hand side. And it's Cucurella down the line to Garnacho. And again, ball's played behind. Tino Livramento now picks the ball up, trying to go inside. And again, he goes to the ground, a little bit easy for me. And Tierney in the middle keeps his hands to his side. And it's Chelsea now on that break down that right-hand side with Gusto now deep into the Newcastle half, back to Palmer. Again, we've got to be careful with Palmer. Caicedo being asked to shoot by the crowd. Cucurella now on that right-hand side, into the box by Garnacho, floated towards the back line, but that's gone out for a goal kick with the ball coming off Joe Pedro, right at the end there.
Yeah, dangerous ball in from Garnacho. It's actually a pretty decent one, but dealt with pretty well from Newcastle. Lewis Hall actually at the back there, knocking it out for a corner.
Oh, it wasn't right. Okay, I thought he'd come off Joe Pedro last, but the way he looked to the sky.
Yeah, he looked disgusted,
right.
Didn't he?
He did indeed. He obviously couldn't get his legs anywhere near the ball. James now, Palmer again going back the same way to James. James trying to feed in Cucurella. Another corner to Chelsea.
Yeah, you thought it just looked like they might get in behind there, but Anthony Gordon, good bit of defending. Stops the crossing coming.
I'm just watching Joe and Caicedo. Oh, over the top. I think I must have jumped ahead of you. What's your clock?
8:51. Ball just over the top there.
Good cross in there from, I think it was Reece James, out swinger. Leslie Fofana, just ahead of the penalty spot. Good header as well. Gets up, leaps above. It's Lewis Hall marking him, so maybe no surprise there that he's got above him, and it's just above Ramsdale's left-hand post.
Yeah, it would have been a goal, I think, if it was under the bar, if I'm honest with you. I don't think he would have got anywhere near that, and he used all his neck muscles to get in behind that ball. Ball coming up towards Voltemada. Again, seems to be he did well there, Voltemada, to pull that ball back. Hall back towards Barnes. Back to Hall now, down that left-hand side. Again with Gusto, but Gusto has got his body in the way. And this time it's going to be a foul against Newcastle and Hall.
What I would say there, though, is Lewis Hall pushes Gusto at the ground 100%. It's a foul. But it's no different to the push in Voltamada's back about 10 seconds earlier. The only difference is Gusto goes down. So is Voltamada's problem in those situations the fact he doesn't just go down? Because there's no difference.
In the house again?
Yeah, as Wynn's a little bit ahead of me, I'm just going to refresh, boys. So can you continue, Michael, as you're...
I was meant to keep...
Are you there now? Yeah, 10. I'm 10, 14, 15 now.
That's where I
don't know. Okay, cool stuff. Here we go then. So Fofana now with the ball, just inside the Chelsea half. Again, Caicedo played it into Enzo, who's dropped again deep to try and get involved in this game. James back to Enzo, goes out to Garnacho, who showed a little bit too much to Murphy there, and he was taken off his toe for a Chelsea throw-in. Very bitty at the moment, if I'm honest with you. Nobody really taking the game by the horn. Two sides just battling each other. And again, I think it's a bit of a, I wouldn't say loss in confidence, but you can see they are very tentative in trying to gamble with the ball at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither side really want to take too many risks. Chelsea have put in one good cross, but they just broke the lines there, and it's into Palmer on the edge of the box.
On the edge of the box. Yeah, Gusto into the box. But again, it comes out to James, who again goes to an Eddie Waring. Aye, up and under.
Good tackle by, good interception by Joe.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Palmer on the edge of the box does well to knock it out wide. Whipped in, and Chow just sees it and doesn't get rid of it. But obviously it falls to Reece James. Yeah, it's the best he could do in that scenario, I think. And it goes to Reece James, and, I'm not sure that stayed in Stamford Bridge.
No. Ball goes out from Ramsdale. Again, Botman feeding it up to Voltamada, who does well to pick out Hall on the left-hand side. Hall hasn't really got much to do. He goes sideways to Ramsey, who goes back to Botman in that corner. Then it goes square to Ramsdale. And again, it's Newcastle having the confidence to play football deep. And again, just drilling it out towards Voltamada, who's got tackled there. It's with Garnacho running into the box. He's trying to get back at him, but does enough there, to be fair, for Garnacho there to go over. And it comes through to Ramsdale.
Voltamada just a bit slow there, wasn't he, getting onto the ball? We play the ball 5 yards ahead of players just to try and get them to run on the ball. I think Voltamada, he's one of those, he needs it to feet. He can't be playing those kind of balls to him, particularly in midfield. Yeah,
Michael, I think we are behind a little bit according to it. So I am going to refresh, dude. So if you could continue where we are, and then I'll jump on and you refresh.
All right, no worries. So Cucurella on the left-hand side now into... Chelsea just knocking it around the back. It's into Gusto on the right-hand side. In the middle to Palmer. It's just lovely little touch to get away from Joe Willock. It's whipped. It's back from Gusto into Palmer. And it is wide. Cole Palmer with a great effort there. Just wide of the post, I believe.
It was, that
was a prime example of my worry. That Palmer just brushed Willock off the ball there.
Yeah. Slices it, doesn't it?
Played the 1-2.
Yeah. Tries his laces rather than trying to side foot it. And I've refreshed and I'm on 13:29 now. So I don't think there's much. So if you want to do the same, Michael. But again, when I was listening to you, it was exactly where we were before, if I'm honest with you. So you're obviously at the right time. It was me who was probably a little bit delayed. Ball now goes long on that left-hand side, and it's Anthony Gordon, who hasn't really been involved in the game so far, if I'm honest with you, but there hasn't been a lot for him to get involved with. Caicedo now goes across to Chalobah. Chalobah out to Cucurella. Cucurella now inside again. Enzo dropping in to the hollow to try and make a 3-man or a 5-man if you look across the field of play, with both Cucurella and Gusto making those tracks forward. Cucurella again going backwards to Chalobah on the edge of his own box. Gives it to Sanchez. Sanchez just a touch out of his feet. And again, everybody just wait to see what's there. He's triggering Voltamada. And again, Sanchez going long.
Now.
Yeah, Tino gets his head for it. But again, it's headed forward. And Joe Pedro was trying to go on the inside there of Malik Chow. But Garnacho delayed the pass. And it went back to Chalobah. And now Reece James on the halfway line. Gives it into Caicedo. Enzo now. Again, first time out of his feet, straight into Reece James. Through the middle there with Palmer on the turn. And again, João Pedro in communication with Palmer. Didn't quite work. Ball fizzed up towards Anthony Gordon now, who's good on the turn. Plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes on that left-hand side. He has got players upside with him. Barnes now out to Voltemada. Couldn't beat the first man, but
come on, man, Willock.
Willock! That was weak as hell, man.
Weak as water.
And he stayed down, Willock, as we expected.
Not another substance.
Yeah. Garnacho now picks the ball up on the edge of the box now with Enzo with a shot. It's hit his own player. It's rebounded to Reece James. Knocks him off his feet there, Cole Palmer. Garnacho in with a shot, and there you go. That's in the kebab shop somewhere near the Thames.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was horrible for him, wasn't it?
Yeah,
edge of the box and just flush in the face.
Boom. Yeah. He hammered that one, didn't he? And I think that was a goal again, you know.
It actually came off his shoulder. Not his head. I tell you what, if he'd given it hit his head, that one
would have knocked his brains out.
He
and Willock down as well.
To his shoulder. That had been his head.
I mean, I don't know what happened here, to be fair. I mean, what is that?
Yeah, no,
Get out of it. Get out of it. There's nothing at all in that. He just gets a little
touches the face, but there's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. I mean, you still look ugly. Don't worry about it.
And the referee's laughing at him.
Yeah, exactly. You are. It's going to be a goal kick to Newcastle. Ramsdale. Again, deciding this time to go long, seeking out Voltemada, but again,
but no
they
big
do
Dan
enough.
There.
They do enough there, though, just to get it out clear. That's good by Willock, knocking it forward. Can this come to Gordon? Gordon. Now, Murphy, has he got anybody on the outside of him? He has now with Tino there. Tino now has to wait, to be fair, Murphy, to get that ball into him. Ramsey plays the ball back to the halfway line. Newcastle now, again, trying to keep hold of the ball and put the pressure on Chelsea. Ball out from Willock to Barnes. Barnes drops it back to Hall. Hall again, all the way back to Botman. Again, trying to draw the attention of the blue shirts. Ramsey on the half turn there. Again, just goes squared on the halfway line to Hall, back all the way to Botman. And this is going to go all the way back to Ramsdale, like I say, on the edge of his box, being that extra defender. Malik Chow goes onto that right-hand side. Murphy drops in, and it's literally Tino now who slots into the six. And has got the chance to go. There's now Willock now. There's a cracking chance there. Square! Come on! Yes! Goal for Anthony Gordon! That's fantastic play, that is! From Tino Livramento. There was lots of bodies playing in his hole. Chow goes to right side. Murphy drops down to the wing back position. Tino sees the opportunity to drop it in the six. Collects the ball. Has time to turn. Plays a sublime ball through the middle. Beating all the passing lanes. Onto Willock, who does a great job to square it to Gordon, to be fair.
Yeah, although is Willock's eyebrow offside again.
I thought he was going to get caught with a ball there, but he just got it out to Gordon in time. Well done. Well done.
Well done. Great start for Newcastle. And again, I didn't think that ball was going to get out of his feet of Anthony Gordon. And then I thought Reece James is going to take it off Willock. It was all going to go Pete Tong. But you know what? From the glass man to the hero man, Willock goes. Crazy ball. And a crazy game, this. You know what? I am glad that it was the commentator's curse on the other way. Because usually every time I say he's done really well, he usually has a shocker. But like you say.
Yeah, it's given. It's definitely given as well. I thought they might have been looking at offside.
No, that was no offside there.
Great from Tino.
I mean,
good
potentially Willock at the very start of the move, but he was.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Was it his eyebrow once again offside? But no, Newcastle lead 1-0.
Come on.
Yeah, indeed. Newcastle do lead 1-0 at Stamford Bridge, but straight away we have got
for how long?
Open. But again, the ball squirms out to Murphy. Murphy plays the ball. Oh, it's the wrong ball to Anthony Gordon. He plays it into feet when Anthony Gordon wanted it in the channel behind.
I'll
And
say
there you
about
go.
Livramento as well. How many players can do that? Run from right back into centre midfield and play a ball like that into be in behind. It's absolutely fantastic from Tino, and it shows something we've been missing as well. You know, Trips hasn't done a bad job, but there's very few fullbacks in the game that
Yeah.
can do that.
You're right. And you know what? At this time, I'd want to start singing E-I-E-I-E-I-O, up the Premier League we go. But I think it's a bit early, if I'm honest with you.
Tell
Paul,
out the crowd.
Nonsense.
yeah. Oh, come on. Oh. And again, we're having a bit of a Fofana having an issue with, but again, Sanchez goes long up to João Pedro, and João Pedro gets the slightest of touches. And as I said, it's one of them. And Tierney falls for it.
As always. We can expect that for the rest of the game, really, can't us? Can't we?
Absolutely. Every touch these guys go into the floor, they are. I mean, but they always seem to get the decisions, which Newcastle don't. And again, we have got 2 lanes of traffic coming through us at the minute with Chelsea now trying to pick the ball up. And again, our midfield and defence really lost track of each other there. And it allowed Chelsea to gain a lot of advantage, to which Newcastle
Come on,
now
you cannot
have got
allow him
bodies
to
back.
get the ball in the middle there. Hit it.
Again,
Just
Tino
hit it, man.
trying to get round Cucurella, who again goes down so easy. And again, it's quickly taken by Chelsea. Down this side with Garnacho, now hugging that line. The ball comes back off Cucurella.
rid of
Murphy,
it, man.
come on, man, you're stuttering. The ball now with Chalobah. James, again, it looks like they've literally going up the gears, Chelsea at the moment. Cucurella over to, sorry, it wasn't Cucurella, it's Gusto with the ball. Back to Fofana. James now. Caicedo and Newcastle are literally stepping out to whenever Chelsea go backwards. So again, Gusto playing that ball, faced up against Lewis Hall, the hero. Ball comes across, but it's an easy one for Ramsdale to pick up.
It does well.
Take your time.
I have to say, I've been impressed with Ramsey in the playing that defensive role. Every time Willock and Voltemada are trying to put the slightest press on, Ramsey's not following up. He's making sure he's there with the centre back. And Fofana's made a
you ain't
mistake
got that
here.
time here. Referee! Have a word is a yellow card.
Yellow
Because he was
card.
outside. And Fofana there, under a bit of pressure from Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon drops the ball behind him, and he was that little bit of pace that takes it away from him. And again, okay. I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it.
Yeah, it is a yellow. I think the only argument you could have is that once Gordon gets past him, you know, I can't see who it is covering, but are they getting there? And to be honest, I think they probably would. So definite yellow. I think VAR took a look.
Yeah, I mean, he was no more. He was wide, and the ball was kicked too far in front of him anyway. If I'm honest with you, I don't think he looked like he was in control of the ball. So yeah, I mean, and again, you know, I wouldn't have given it. Put it that way. I would have made him get to his floor and suck my thumb. If I'm honest with you, because it just annoys the hell out of me. It doesn't matter whether they wear a black or white shirt or not. It just annoys the hell out of me. Ball in by Hall towards that. Chance. Malik Chow had a chance there. He had acres of space, but again, the ball just a little bit too far in front of him. And again, look at that. So many bodies and no blue shirts anywhere near him.
No, he did well just to get up to that. It was too high.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those, it'll go down pretty well on XG. But as you say, a bit too high for him. And Newcastle, it's a tough chance for him. But you maybe even just thinking knock it back across goal rather, try and get someone else onto it rather than.
I think he did well just to get his head to it, you know.
But it's the setup though, isn't it? When you think you're both running from central, you know, and then you have to curve your body shape to the back stick. You're never really going to be attacking the ball. You're only ever going to try and guide it back across the keeper, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Chalobah now plays that ball back to Sanchez, who again goes long, looking for João Pedro, who's not really had much of the ball in this first half. And again, Newcastle have done exactly what Newcastle need to do here at Stamford Bridge, and that's quieten the crowd. If I'm honest with you. Well, not only that, it's yeah, exactly. It's not something they're expecting to have against them here. Ball again, Ramsdale trying to pick out Anthony
done,
Gordon
Wally.
tells Voldemort. Voldemort
Referee,
out.
come on.
Referee! Reece
Yellow
James is going to go to Caicedo, who gets the yellow card now. Oh,
Yeah,
there it are.
I'm not sure.
Shots
that
fired! That's what you got to say. Look at he
He's
gets the
unlucky
ball.
to get a yellow there. but-
Yeah, he gets the ball, man.
yeah.
Shots fired! Come on! I love it.
The ref's atrocious, but it's going in our favour at this present moment.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, 25th minute, I can see here, it's still 0-0 Arsenal and Everton at Highbury. Oh, it's not called Highbury anymore, is it? Was it the
No.
Emirates Stadium? Yeah, that was a good quiz question that I had the other day. Can you name the 12 Premier League stadiums that are no longer in the Premier League? We'll have to find that one out. Ball gets tangled up, but it somehow comes to a blue shirt from that free kick. And again, ball goes out to that right-hand side. And Gusto now for Chelsea over the halfway line, heading into the Newcastle half. Again, out to Enzo, who picks that ball up. And again, just trying to create those extra bodies. But again, comes back inside with Caicedo now. Again, it's a little bit static from Chelsea, I must admit. Cucurella down on that left-hand side to Garnacho now. Picks the ball up and he, again, faced off by Tino. Doesn't fancy his chances. Gives it back to Cucurella, Caicedo and Reece James. Pendulum football from Chelsea. Good stuff from Newcastle, though.
Yeah, we're holding them quite nicely as it stands. You know, we've got that 10 men behind the ball. Gordon and Willock, the two that seem to be the most advanced. Chelsea might be struggling to break it down for the time being, but there's no one getting in behind at the minute to make those kind of runs, is there, to stretch that defence?
Caicedo again trying to delicately place the ball into Gusto on that right-hand side. I don't know why I want to keep calling him Cucurella, but I do. Cucurella does pick the ball up and he goes to the left-hand side. Garnacho now, again, got Tino to face him. Comes inside onto his right foot, goes square. Enzo now picks the ball up. Again, drops it back to Caicedo, gives it back to Enzo. And again, Newcastle just playing this wall, black and white wall in front of 34 yards, I should say, outside the Newcastle penalty area. Chelsea are trying to play this pinball football. Doesn't really work out in their favour. And eventually the little Clippers kick the ball out of play. And it's a Newcastle throw in now. Again, deep in their own half with Tino Livramento. Again, just walking past the ball at first. Referee tells him the time has gone. Chow goes long away from his own penalty area up towards the halfway line. And Anthony Gordon, it's headed back. Botman picks this one up, plays it into Murphy. Murphy switches play, great ball into Barnes. Barnes knocks it back first time to Hall. Hall now got lots of space to run into. Now it gives it back to Barnes down that left-hand side. Hall continues his run inside if he wants him. Gives it to Hall. Give and go. Not quite the right decision, to be fair. Hall needed to get that out of his feet and wait a second. But again, he got it all wrong. It's a goal kick to Chelsea. Good idea, though.
Yeah, great idea. And honestly, it was a decent attempt at the same time. Just a little bit too much on that final pass for him. But again, Newcastle looking dangerous on the counter. And 1-0 up, that's all we have to do.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at that goal again for Anthony Gordon. And he certainly didn't get out of his feet very well. Well done, Voldemort there for winning that ball back. Again, high in the offensive third. Jacob Murphy got a chance of a shoot. Why didn't you shoot? Because the ball was rubbish, if I'm honest with you. Ball does get one back, though, from Enzo by Chow. Out to Tino Livramento. Tino, Gusto plays the ball into the box. Didn't quite get on the end of it there, Barnes. Murphy again trying to play the ball. And again, it's Chelsea gambling that they're going to win that ball back and play it forward. And they do. Ball now with Garnacho down this left-hand side. Again, galloping towards and it's Anthony Gordon all the way back. He's left it to Palmer, who's trying to literally place it into the side netting. But again, lots of groans in the stadium. Becca's asking in the chat, where are the Chelsea fans? Are they asleep? You've got to ask yourself, are they there, Becca? Because I can't hear them.
You can only hear the Newcastle fans from the first minute. I will say there was someone on the edge of the box. I think it was Fernandes. Could have just come onto it and had a shot.
Just
and
hit it, yeah.
It.
Yeah, why didn't Murphy do that same for us, though? He plays that ball in. It wasn't a great ball at all. I couldn't understand what he was doing, but he's got A clear shot from 25 yards. And he ain't got a bad shot on him, Murphy.
No, I think that's a confidence thing, isn't it? The Murphy of last season takes a shot and it might fly in, it might fly a couple of yards from goal, but 1-0 up against Chelsea, I think it was one of those, right, let's try and create the goal and play that. It's a good pass to try and play, just wrong execution.
Yeah, you're right. Again, Palmer playing it to Enzo, who's looking for options. Caicedo now inside of him, about 40 yards away from the Newcastle penalty area, out to Gusto. Gusto gets it out of his feet. It's cleared by the head of Sven Botman, but straight back to Chalobah. Into Reece James's feet again, looking for options. Reece James out to Garnacho. Cucurella now on the outside, comes inside, and it's back with Enzo. Newcastle are creating lots of wall in front of the Chelsea players. Not really able to get behind the all. Out to Gusto now. Back again to Caicedo. Newcastle retreating into their own penalty area, and all of a sudden the crowd are asking to shoot. Not going to happen. Caicedo out on that left-hand side, and it's Garnacho again now, who's trying to tease Tino. Ball in the middle to Enzo. Now it's Caicedo out to Gusto again. Chelsea doing pendulum after pendulum. Newcastle not allowing him to get to the byline. Has he got there now? No. Lewis Hall stops him. Comes back. Caicedo again into Fofana. Enzo. Again, Newcastle really pushing at trying to stop Chelsea from entering the penalty box. Chelsea still got the ball, though.
Yeah, I think... Oh, cross here. Easily collected by Ramsdale. I think the best thing Newcastle's fans can do right now is just keep trying to, not mock, but keep trying to rile up those Chelsea fans, because you can see they're getting restless.
Yeah, ball down the line. And here we go with Harvey Barnes again, getting Gusto for company. And again, he's been able to keep that ball in that corner.
Well done.
Plays the ball inside to Ramsey. Ramsey gives Barnes back. Barnes back to Hall. Again, Newcastle just happy to keep hold of the ball when they've got it. And again, allow the ball to do the work rather than them. Out to Tino. Again, now Tino just drops it back in to Willock. Willock goes back to Botman. Botman now on the halfway line with Chow. Chow just in the centre circle goes square to Botman again. Now it's pendulum football. Ball out to Harvey Barnes. Again, Gusto allowing him to turn and face him. Not getting too tight. Maybe he's scared. I don't know. Ball Ramsey back to Botman. Botman now again plays the ball to Hall, who again just drop it into his own half. All the way back to Botman. And again, it's back to Ramsdale in goal. And it seems as though Newcastle seem very confident at the minute, boys. Is it me?
Go on.
Ball again, trying to find Anthony Gordon, who controls beautifully.
Lovely.
Into Murphy. Murphy now out to Tino. Again, trying to play into the channels, Newcastle. Getting over the top of Chelsea. Ball comes back to Chow.
Why go backwards then?
It's because you're keeping the ball. Ball given in. 1, 2, 3. It's Ramsey playing through the middle. Can this come to Murph? Oh, what you doing, lad? Willock.
No. To be fair, that was the ball was too hard.
Yeah, it was just too hard, wasn't it? Ball just off the shoulder again. Willock just driven too hard. He was in play, but again, does that come off the keeper there or off the bar?
It looks.
It's the keeper. It's the keeper. It's a corner.
Oh, well, I'll take it. I think it made
it.
To be fair.
I thought at first he'd kicked it into the side netting, Ball now we have 34 minutes. Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1 at Stamford Bridge. Hall. Ball in swinger now to that back stick. Again, it's Harvey Barnes who's got time now to pick his ball up. Digs the ball back towards, but again, I don't know what was happening, but everybody was stationary. Can you win this back?
Well,
yes, you can. Murphy. Again, referee saying stop. VAR are asking about a penalty here, potentially.
I saw a player go down, but Sven Botman back post, I think.
Chow.
Oh, my God, it's Chow. And Enzo, I think, or is it Reece James? Reece James. What's this? It's rugby tackle.
Not looking at the ball at all, just taking
Not looking at the ball. Yeah. Just literally body checking the ball. Yeah, exactly.
They should send him to the monitor for those, though.
I mean, come on. I mean, how bad is that? I mean, he has no idea where that ball is. That's a penalty all day long.
Exactly.
If you're looking at the ball, then it's a coming together. I'm happy with that. But when your back's against where the ball's coming
you're
from,
not even looking. All
you're not
you're doing
interested.
is you've got your arm around him to stop him getting forward onto the ball.
Absolutely. You're playing the wrong sport, mate, if you want to go and do wrestling. It's not with your feet, put it that way.
Yeah, that's the negative, isn't it? Once they send the referee to the monitor, it's almost certain that it's going to get overturned. And I think in those situations, VAR just have to say, look, it could be deemed as a 50-50. Every Newcastle fan's going to say it's a pen. Every Chelsea fan's going to say it's not. You've got to go to the monitor and make the decision yourself, because for me...
Oh, well watched,
Lewis Hall.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, mate. And, you know, until referees or officials, whether it's VAR, start doing that and start saying, you know what? It's your fault for doing it. I'm not going to have it.
Yeah,
It'll continue. It's like that pushing
Don't let it bounce, man.
into an offside position. If they don't start, I mean, okay, they say the ball's not in play, but they start pulling things up about that.
Too easy.
Things shouldn't happen. Reece James now over the halfway line now, faced up by Ramsey. He tries a shot, but again, it looks like it comes off Joe Pedro, who's doing a great defensive job for Newcastle as we speak. And Cole Palmer, because apart from that, they ain't in the game. I love it.
Some good blocks in, aren't they?
I have. Caicedo, now Cucurella. Cucurella out to this left-hand side. Garnacho on the inside left position. Goes back to Cucurella. Again, Chelsea keeping the ball, but Newcastle happy for them to have the ball. It's like a stroll over across the Thames, across the bridge. Having a look at the Houses of Parliament. Here we go. Oh, dear. We've gone high, not long. Headed forward again by Chelsea, and Big Volt gets his foot to it again. Looks a bit stationary, Voltamada, at the minute. A bit leggy.
Yeah, very stationary, and to be honest, very wasteful at times. And Palmer with a good save from Ramsdale to deny him. It's shot from outside the box. Ramsdale pushes away well.
Enzo Fernandez now under the press of Tino, who's getting through him. And Tino, again, just going to give that.
Yeah, I think that's one of those. He's not going anywhere, Enzo Fernandez. And I think he knows that Livramento, if he continues, is likely to get the ball. So he just goes down to the ground, buys the foul. You see that every single game. But Fofana looks like a little break in play here. He's getting his juice on the side. Oh, he's water as well.
Yeah, it's
the
Ramadan, isn't
break.
it? Yeah, it's Ramadan break, so which is fair enough.
Yeah, fast.
All for that one. Boys, I'm just going to go and grab a lighter because my lighter's broke.
No worries at all. So yes, Ramadan break in here now, but it's a good chance for Newcastle to get some tactical advice from Eddie Howe, talking to Voltamada there. Have you been impressed with what you've seen from Voltamada so far, Win?
We've seen the good and the bad, haven't we? We've seen some very good, by the way. He's done some good stuff in the midfield there, but then he's been weak a couple of times. But overall positive, definitely.
100%. Some good defensive work, in particular, getting those interceptions in. Shows, well, I'd say it shows why we've got him in there, but I think if Joe Linton needs to be rested, Tonali ill, probably didn't have much of a choice, did we?
No. It's very much in favour of Chelsea regarding ball possession, boys, which is what we expected anyway. But XG is in favour of Newcastle, as we've seen. And at the minute, we are 9 shots to Chelsea against our 2. And at the end of the day, shots mean nothing. Possession means nothing. It's hitting the onion sack that counts. And Newcastle have done that. So, well done. I've been, like I said, I've been surprised at the way they've come together and allowed Chelsea. If they're going to have a shot, that's got to be a good one. But they have got some decent hitters of a ball, Chelsea. So we can't keep giving them that opportunity. Because I can see one sneaking through, especially if Palmer or João Pedro isn't defending for us.
Yeah, if they're not on the wall, we've got a problem. But yeah, it's let's be honest, to even try and curl it from that range there's no chance. You'd have to really fire it, Cristiano Ronaldo style, to have a chance. But João Pedro, currently, he was stood on the penalty spot, just coming back. So it's a shot, but it's wide.
Yeah, exactly. He's certainly confident in his ability. But I mean, I don't think he was ever really going to test him, like you said, with that one from that distance, if I'm honest with you. Very few footballers in the world can produce that good.
No, absolutely not. And to be fair, as you say, brave of him for trying. A lot of confidence must have been had there, but would have had to be inch perfect to get anywhere near a goal, and it wasn't even on target.
Yeah, it looks like the game between Everton and Arsenal. Arsenal are doing all the pushing, and at the moment they're still really frustrating Arsenal, Everton. Do you want a draw here, or would you like a loss? Because it just gets another team closer to the grips of Newcastle.
Yeah, let's be honest. I want Arsenal to win that one, which I never thought I'd say, particularly when they're on a title charge. But I've got to prioritise Newcastle, and Everton are up there. They're one of the teams we've got to catch.
Ball down the line, trying to find Willock, who had made a run on the angle, but it was easily spotted by Caicedo. And it's Gusto now. Plays it out to Cucurella. It's membership from Random again. Thanks, Random. You want to do that one, boys?
Yeah, random access with the gifted membership, and it's gone to Eddie NUFC.
Presumably a happy clapper. Cheers, Random, buddy. As ever.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much again, bud.
Gusto now with a ball into the box, which Ramsey comes out like a salmon out of that stream and claims that one mid-air. Love that one again. It just throws confidence towards the defenders to say that you're willing to come for. Anthony Gordon, they're trying to get out of that one. Harvey Barnes heads the ball back towards Anthony Gordon. And again, it's out of play from Chelsea. And it's a throw-in from Fofana.
That's just one of the things, by the way, Aaron Ramsdale, which made him a top keeper a few years back. Again, we've just not really seen the shot stop inside of him, but his ability to just come out and put confidence in that back line. One of the reasons why he was highly touted a few years back. Newcastle, if we see the best of him, you might even see him join permanently. I don't think we will, but he can be that good.
Well done again, Newcastle trying to get that ball one high up the field of play, and it's putting Chelsea under a lot of pressure here. And again, not really knowing where they want to go, Chelsea. And they have to go all the way back to Sanchez, who again just decides to go long and clear his lines. And again, Gusto and Hall. Hall wins that one, but can only head it to Pedro, who again doesn't really get anything. I was going to ask you boys, the shape of our team then went very much a 4-4-2 with Willock playing upside and alongside Gordon for a brief spell.
Yeah, it seems to be rotational between Voltemada and Willock, who plays that role, and then Willock and Ramsey sort of rotating who plays the centre midfield and the deeper midfield role. Ramsey played it more often than not, but you saw about 10 minutes ago he was playing a little bit more advanced. And that midfield, we're criticised at the start, but it does seem to work with Ramsey in the deeper role.
I think it's more the fact that we've got pace with the likes of Willock breaking. Well done, Willock again, playing in Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall playing the early ball to try and get Anthony Gordon going, but it was the wrong decision at the time, unfortunately. Right idea again. Right idea, because again, it just makes Chelsea think when they're backtracking. And again, we are literally in the 44th minute at Stamford Bridge with Newcastle still a goal to good. Here and doing really well.
We enter the naughty 40s.
The naughty 40s. Cucurella again gives it in to Caicedo, and Enzo, who again has only played a bit part in this game, but again a dangerous player if you allow him the time and space to get in to the right zones. Ball on the diagonal to Garnacho is a good ball. Ball has gone backwards again though to Caicedo. Caicedo goes square again to Enzo. And again, where are you going to go? And again, square Fofana out to Gusto. Again, Newcastle keeping it tight through the middle. and allowing the team to play. Ball comes out. Ramsey gets a great punch on it. Referee allows to go play on, but now he's given the foul against Anthony Gordon.
No, on Anthony Gordon, I think.
Yeah, it was. Anthony Gordon gets a toe on it and he gets tripped, but it's really good. I mean, how does Cucurella and Ramsdale not get a foul there? What's this? Bushka.
Yeah, you'd think if that ended up in the back of the net, well, if it was the other way around, it definitely would be ruled out. But brilliant there from Anthony Gordon as well. By
Excellent
the way,
again by Anthony Gordon. Yeah, excellent. Yeah. I mean, he's really doing well, to be fair. You know, you talk about the 4-4-2 shape earlier, and the only thing I was going to allude to, he's got to be paced more than anything else by not throwing Voltemada in that hole to go and work in the 4-4-2. Again, you know, Eddie likes to force the press, and it's been the press that's created more of problems for Chelsea than any of the play, if you like, the build-up play from Newcastle. So is that the reason why we don't see Voltemada go and sit in the hollow? Or do you think it's more of the rotational, as you said before?
Yeah, I think it's a rotation. I think it's one of the things that we do pretty well, to be honest, at times. And that's why we want to see it more.
Yeah, well done,
Voltemada. And getting us a throw as well.
Yeah, João Pedro doing his best to do Tom Daly there from the high board. With a little bit of I think it was a bit of tuck involved with that one, if I'm honest with you. The referee
That's not getting a 10 from me.
He's certainly not getting a 10 from me. There might be a 0 in it, but they certainly won't be one in front of it. Ball goes long again towards Willock. And again, Caicedo could and should see this one out, and he does so. Shakes hands with the steward there. Yeah, good shake hands with the steward. It's nice to see it. 4 minutes of injury time, guys, and we're into the second minute of that. Sanchez, again, under pressure, plays it long to the halfway line to nobody in particular, and that ball goes all the way back to Ramsdale.
Yeah,
he gets his foot all the way through it. This could be a ball and off. Oh, well, watch Gusto, to be fair. Defending. Yeah, excellent defending, because that was literally on the toe of Harvey Barnes if he'd have let that drop. Ball here now with Fofana. Reece James dropping deeper and deeper into the Chelsea half. Ball back with Fofana, who can only go to Sanchez. Sanchez first time under the pressure of Anthony Gordon. Again, Chelsea trying to play themselves out of danger. And now Newcastle just retreating a little bit. Well done, Ramsey. Brilliant. We've got 5 on 4 here if we do it right. Ball out to that left-hand side. Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes plays it back inside. Ramsey! Go! No! Come out to Murphy. Murphy now blings the ball onto his right-hand side onto his foot. Screams one across. And it's another one gone to the kebab shop, unfortunately.
Yeah, he hit that with such power, Murphy. I think even if someone did get onto it, the only place they were going was the hospital. Ramsey with his shot, it's a little tame, to be honest.
No, I disagree. I disagree. That was on target. He was placing that ball.
And it wasn't going anywhere near the corner,
his leg, and it was going right inside. The angle you've just seen, it was going right inside the post. And that's the thing with me. When you have these shots on target, the first priority is make sure they go on target, because if they're on target, they get intercepted. Exactly what can happen there happens. And it fell to Murphy, who, his shot wasn't the best. But it was on target. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're into the final few seconds of the first half. And again, I've been pleasantly surprised with Newcastle approach to this game, I must admit. And again, allowing Chelsea just to come at them and then close the door at every opportunity. And it's only allowed Chelsea to take pot shots from distance, to be fair. Again, ball goes out from Fofana to Gusto on that right-hand side. Again, there's it's very lacklustre from Chelsea, I must admit. It's very easy for Newcastle to defend what they're trying to achieve, if I'm honest with you. Let's see if they can continue to do so. And there you go. That is it. It's half-time. It's come and gone. We are in the lead at Stamford Bridge. It's not something we say very often. We're saying it today. Here we go, boys.
Yeah, absolutely great half from Newcastle. And, you can say Chelsea haven't been great, but systematically, Newcastle, we know they've been struggling a little bit to break these lesser teams down when they put 10 behind the ball. Newcastle haven't put 10 behind the ball, but we've certainly got back quickly to regroup. Ramsey in particular, just shadowing and, helping that defence out as often as he can. And to be honest, for me, it's well deserved by Newcastle, this lead.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you and Michael have a discussion because, like I say, I've got a right tickle, so I'm just gonna go and get myself sorted. I'll be back in a second.
No problem, buddy.
So the midfield battle. There've been a lot of instances where what we feared has come to fruition, but there have been other instances where the opposite's happened, and Voldemort in particular has won more than his fair share of balls in the middle of the park, and more often than not, they've ended up with a reasonable distribution following the ball win.
Yeah, absolutely. We've done excellent winning the ball high up, and for me, I don't know about you, but even in my wildest dreams, looking at this midfield three, I wouldn't have thought that they've played as well as they have. I mean, Voldemort, you mentioned, he's had his moments. You still so early on when we were playing the ball just a little in front of him with the pace that they have. Chelsea have with Caicedo, James, João Pedro, Garnacho. Their press. He is always going to struggle when receiving it in those positions, but we haven't done that too often. And to be honest, the one-touch play, that for me is what's been so impressive, and it's led to us with a good press. But as you say, Win, all the time, Newcastle, when we press, very, very dangerous, especially against teams like Chelsea who like to play it out from the back.
Which is what I said at the very start. If you remember, I said it looks as though this team, the way it's set up, could be set up to play ticky-tacky football. And it's how well we do it which will determine the outcome. And that's certainly what's happened. That we've passed the ball better than we normally have done. This season. The goal was a prime example of that. That ball through to Willock was sublime. And we've seen other occasions where the passing through the lanes has been excellent.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that's the one thing that both teams have actually done pretty well. Chelsea finding Palmer in between the lines has been great, but Newcastle, it seems like
Palmer,
every
to
player,
be fair, hasn't been the Palmer of the back end of last season and the start of this season, I don't think.
No, I completely agree. He struggled today.
He's lost it. He got one shot on target that Ramsey made a good save. He got plenty of power in it.
Yeah.
But, the overall, not so hot. And I don't know if you can remember at St James's Park when we played them, Enzo came on at half time and changed the game. Just seeing Ramsey's shot again there. That was brilliant. Enzo came on, changed the game at half time. Tells you we're a different team. And I thought with Enzo starting today, we might be seeing like 90 minutes of that. But it hasn't proven to be the case at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Chelsea are a much better team with him in the squad. But I think Newcastle have set up perfectly to sort of nullify that with the, you can say the, as I've been saying, the 8 at the back sort of being Ramsey, just sort of helping out that defensive line. And Fernandes has had to come deep to get that. And when he does that, he's not able to get onto the ball in those dangerous positions. And they're having to rely on Garnacho, Palmer as well, who, as you say, hasn't had the best game on the ball in particular. Sliced a few shots that he's had. When you're relying on Garnacho to give you quality in those positions, that's where you're going to struggle, particularly as the home team, because he needs space to run into. He's a bit like an Alanga in that sort of way. So for me, we're playing perfectly to nullify Enzo Fernandez. And when you nullify Enzo Fernandez, sure, you've still got João Pedro, Reece James, Palmer, some plenty of other good players in there, but it's Enzo that does the business for them more often than not.
Yeah. Well, more of the same, shall we say. But the problem is, this season, taking the lead, especially away from home, has been a problem. I wonder what's being said in the dressing room now in terms of that. Let's not switch off. Because we're in the naughty 40s, and we've got a habit of conceding goals late on in the first half and early on in the second half. So, fingers crossed that's not going to be the. I'll feel a lot happier if we're still in front after 50 minutes. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, you've got to come out and start well, isn't it? And after kickoffs, Newcastle don't tend to be great. We were saying, and I saw it a lot in the chat as well. When we scored, the first instinct was right. Please don't concede in the next 5 minutes. Yeah, Chelsea had their best chance with Palmer. So for me, we come out, we have those first 5 minutes. If we settle the game, I'll be relatively confident. But Eddie Howe will be saying more of the same, lads. Keep a hold of the ball when you can. Try this one-touch football because it is working. Chelsea aren't pressing you that much. And then, again, just to reiterate, when you can play that ball over the top, it's worked so far. Don't be afraid to just send it long and have Gordon run or Barnes run or Murphy run. Because we've got runners in there. We've got a lot of athleticism. And Gusto, Fofana, Chalobah and Kukurea, good defenders in my opinion, but none of them are. Other than Gusto, I would say maybe they're not exactly the fastest backline, are they?
No, I make you right.
And
it's just that nagging fear that we have now, don't we?
Every single time.
For perfectly valid reasons.
Yeah, well, let's be honest, we've not been great when going ahead. And I think if we're completely honest, we could say that there's a lot of things that Newcastle could have done a lot better earlier in the season from those positions. And I think you can blame managers, you can blame players, everyone's at fault in reality. But today, I don't think there's been a player that, there's faults for everyone, but every single player has played pretty well for Newcastle, I think, so far. I can't think out of anyone who's been particularly poor.
Nobody's been dogs, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. Everyone's had their moments, and even Murphy, that crossfield ball on the half volley, that's something that he can deliver that you'd never see Anthony Elanga do. And that's no fault of Elanga. That it was just brilliant from Murphy. You could see it was luck potentially, but I think everyone's had a pretty decent half, and long may it continue.
Interesting that good old Sofa score ratings. There's only 2 players on Newcastle's side who are in the green, and that's Botman and Gordon, believe it or not. And,
that is strange.
Chelsea haven't got a single player in the green.
Yeah, I would have expected that, to be honest. They haven't been great at all in that first half, but I am a little surprised. Maybe Joe Willock or Tino Live, or the 2 fullbacks aren't up there, but I know they heavily rely on the goal. Well, even then, if they heavily relied on the assist, Willock would be there. But
he's 6.8, so he's just behind.
He's close.
And Baltimore 6.8 as well. Ramsey 6.8. So we're higher scoring than Chelsea are, but if you were looking at those as a Martian coming down saying them for the first time into your mind, this has been a poor game. I don't think it has been a poor game. I think it's been a good game.
I think it's been a very tactical battle between Rossini and Howe, and the two managers, should I say, that are very set on the tactics. We saw Rossini. I didn't see him, should I say, with Strasbourg, but you heard about, and you hear him in press conferences about how much he's focused on, getting things right before the game. You don't want to make changes when you're actually in on the pitch. You don't want to, sitting there for 20 minutes going, right, I need to change things here. And Eddie Howe is exactly the same.
Well, that's it. He was asked, wasn't he? You're being criticised for not having a plan B. He says, no. He says, what you're trying to do is make plan A work better.
Yeah, exactly. If you need plan B, you've already messed up. It's like what the quote Maldini used to say: if I have to make a slide tackle, I've already made a mistake. which I think is an absolutely brilliant quote. And I might be paraphrasing there. It might not be word for word correct, but yeah, I think he's exactly right. And it's the same for managers. If the manager has to tweak their formation, they've got it wrong in the first place. And I'll be very intrigued to see what Rosenior does at half time, because it's not worked for Chelsea, really, has it?
No. And I think that's largely down, yet again, dare I say it, to the press.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Newcastle...
as I say, Cucurella, who loves to come down the wing there, he's been very reluctant to do so against Murphy and Tino. Tended to pass the ball inside, which nullifies a lot of Chelsea's threat, because a lot of Chelsea's threat comes down that left-hand side.
Yeah, absolutely. Cucurella, absolutely fantastic player, but I think they've looked at it and gone, right, with Livramento and Murphy, Livramento almost has that little bit of help there. And one of the things I criticised Murphy for at the start of the game was I said he doesn't get in and he doesn't make tackles. I was just looking at the stats there. He made a great tackle, didn't he? Got stuck in, and he's actually made more tackles.
Maldini wouldn't like it because he had to slide. So if
Maldini's in that position in the first place, and I don't think he'd have the pace to get back like Murphy did there. But yeah, Murphy's made more tackles than any other player. And I said before the game, he doesn't tend to do that. He doesn't tend to get stuck in, but you can see he wants it today, and you can see there's a real drive in him. The only other player that's matched him, surprisingly, is Voltemade. And it's weird seeing Newcastle win all these duels, because usually we think the other team are much better than us in that sort of fight, should we say. So really positive.
How many tackles has Willock made?
Willock apparently hasn't made one.
Exactly.
Yeah, literally the four Newcastle players that have made a tackle: Voltemade, Murphy, Sven Botman, and Anthony Gordon. So even though I've been singing the praises of Jacob Ramsey, I swear Ramsey has got a tackle in, but it might be down as an interception instead. But it's very rare for us to see Newcastle winning those duels, and long may it continue.
I agree. So, it was an interesting question that Gary asked during the course of the commentary, while we've got a bit of a hiatus here. He said 12 Premier League grounds that no longer exist in the current Premiership, and I've just been writing them down throughout the match, and I can only get 9.
Well, I'm going to be no help at all, to be honest. Yeah. I'm going to show my age, unfortunately.
There's 2, 4, 6, 8. Sorry, 10. 10. There's 10 who are definitely in the same place, which is Newcastle, Man United, Liverpool, Fulham, Palace, Leeds, Forest, Burnley, Wolves, and Fulham. They haven't moved.
Okay.
So that's at least 10. And the only thing I can't remember is the names of Brighton's and Bournemouth's old grounds. Because Brighton are at the AMEC now, and I can't remember what their original stadium was, and Bournemouth are at the whatever the American stadium is they're at now, and I can't remember where they used to play.
Yeah, it's the Vitality or something.
The lap's coming on.
Big change. I thought he would make changes. It'll be interesting to see who he brings off Rosenior, because the lap, a little bit more of a focal point up front. So I would imagine it's a midfielder, but we will see.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Palmer's still there.
João Pedro as well. Is it Garnacho still there?
Is João Pedro there? Can't see him.
Yeah, he's next to Garnacho.
Oh, he's there. Yeah, I see him there now.
Did you get them all then, Win? Did you? I was.
Well, I'm saying there can't be 12 because I can think of 10 who were still where they were.
Yeah, well, you've got Highbury, White Hart Lane, the bowling ground, which is Upton Park, Main Road, Roker Park, the Dell, Filbert Street, Highfield Road, which is Coventry.
But the Dell, Southampton aren't in the Premier League now.
Clubs that have been in grounds that have been in the Premier League.
Oh, well, in that case, you've got
Oh.
Stoke City as well. You've got...
Yeah, Burnden Park, Griffin Park, there's baseball ground, Derby. So, yeah, obviously Middlesbrough, Ayresome Park.
that's
go on.
That's no. Well, Middlesbrough were in the Riverside in the Premier League.
Yeah, but it was. When they're in the Premier League from the start.
I got Brighton and Bournemouth, but I can't remember what their original stadiums were called.
All right, got you. Yeah, it was an interesting one because, like I say, it makes you think about these stadiums that have gone. And like I say, some have not gone. They've just been built on the same place, like White Hart Lane. We're off again. Yes, we are. And it's, again, the ball going long into the Newcastle half, now kicking right to left. Voltemada manages to get his toe to it. And again, it's Cucurella that gets the ball out. But again, the Rolls Royce is on the floor holding his zip.
The Rolls Royce is in the pit.
There's going to be a change.
It was Malo Gusto that came off for Liam Delap. So that means Reece James has gone right back. Yep.
Yeah, so Fernandes and Caicedo now are the midfielders, and they've gone gung-ho up top, Chelsea. So it's going to be interesting to see how Newcastle contain that one. Ramsey deeper in this half. Ramsdale now under a bit of pressure from Palmer, and it gets deflected out for a goal kick to Newcastle. I think they'll need a quick start, if I'm honest with you, Chelsea. Like I say, will that play in Newcastle's favour if they can control the ball a little bit more?
Well, we're in the
play on the attack.
We're in the naughty 40s. Let's keep the lead at 50 at least.
Again, no problems for Newcastle to go long. Ball does come towards Reece James and Harvey Barnes. Well. It goes back to Willock, who really does well. Hall plays it down the line to Barnes. Barnes on his gallop plays it into Hall. Hall again trying that first time ball over the top to try and get Harvey Barnes in situ. And the ball eventually, because Enzo was more interested in Hall than he was the ball.
Go away, Enzo. Go and join Yamal.
Yeah, exactly.
Is Yamal still in his pocket?
He's still in his pocket. That's why he's a bit slower today.
Ball comes back to Lewis Hall. Botman again goes down to Ramsdale. And again, it's Pedro. And trying to close that space down. The ball eventually trying to come up to Voltemada. But again, a bit static from Voltemada, if I'm honest.
It looked like he left it for some reason.
Yeah, I think, I don't know whether he got a shout from that kebab man. He's saying that his kebab was ready. Ball comes across to Chalobah. Chalobah goes back to Sanchez, who again does take no risks. Goes long, looking for Delap. Delap gets muscled out, but again, can this fall into Palmer?
Come on, Lewis.
Doesn't.
Lewis.
Botman again. Lewis' first touch, not as good as it normally is. It's a Chelsea throw-in. Quickly gets on with it with Reece James now playing it right back. Enzo picking the ball up again. Pedro dropping deeper now. But again, there's...
Just letting Chelsea have the ball now, aren't we?
Yeah, Palmer now finding a pocket of space on the D.
That's stupid!
Again, giving the ball back. Delap! Oh, it's a good... I can say there was a foul there, but it was a good save in the end. James picks that ball up, and again, it's Joe Pedro now on the edge of the box, trying to do something. Shake that leg. Looking more like Michael Jackson than he is a footballer.
Cross in. Cleared.
Tino. Yeah, Tino out to Caicedo. Again, it's all hands to the pump here. Back in their own goal, Newcastle. Chelsea out to Garnacho again. Onto his right foot. Dinks it towards that near post. Malik Chow clears the ball. The ball does eventually come to Enzo, who again looking for that Cucurella, who's on the diagonal. Yeah, I am going to refresh, boys, to see if I can catch up with you lot.
Yeah, no worries. Getting in there, it's poor from Newcastle. I think it's is it Murphy there who loses out on the ball, and Delap. It's a strong shot, different kind of striker up front for Chelsea now. Got a focal point.
Probably I can't understand why they're trying to pass as intricately as that on the edge of their own box. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't get it out of your feet, can you? Ball now on that corner, played in by James to the near post. Chow does well to get ahead to it. Flick back in,
done.
but it's fallen to Anthony Gordon. He has Murphy on the right-hand side. Murphy now on the halfway line. Inside right. There's three. There's Burns. There's Gordon. Barnes. It's Gordon, sorry. He's gone wide by the pass from Murphy, but he's still got the ball, Newcastle. Again, all the Chelsea blue shirts retreating. Gordon does well. Plays it back to Hall. Hall out to Willock on that right-hand side. Willock plays it back to Hall. Hall into Ramsey. Ramsey dropping onto the halfway line to Botman. Botman again under no real pressure goes to Chow. Chow out to Livramento on that right-hand side. Down the line to Murphy. Murphy now picking the ball up. Newcastle taking the time. Murphy dances past one and Enzo. Oh, well done. Fizzed it back to Murphy, who has a shot. Deflected wide.
Corner.
And it's out for a corner. To Newcastle. What? It's got to be a corner.
It is a corner.
Well, it looks like the linesman went for a throw-in. That's a blooming corner. Honestly, God, sometimes you just makes you sick. Caicedo does well there, to be fair, though, and runs Gordon out of the danger zone. Just forced wide, but it was a poor.
As well.
Yeah, the ball wasn't brilliant, to be fair. There you go, look, it's a throw-in. Lewis Hall with a throw-in. It's a better throw this time. Ball's headed clear by Chelsea, but it's only to the edge of the box again with Willock and Lewis Hall. Again, Lewis Hall decides to come inside. Willock goes on the outside, drops it back to Tino, who's the deepest one. Dinked ball over, but again, it's Cucurella who heads it clear. And Cucurella now picks that loose ball up, running towards the halfway line. Cucurella now in a blue shirt. Coming inside Cucurella, while the Newcastle black and whites get into themselves into a more of a sensible shape. Cole Palmer moves out to this right-hand side. Caicedo. Enzo now plays the ball central. And it's touch from Joe Pedro into Cucurella. But everybody's getting in each other's way in the blue shirts. And again, it's deflected. And the ball has safely come through to Ramsdale. Newcastle working really hard to get numbers back, boys. But it does make you woody at times.
We're up the naughty 40s anyway.
Just into the filthy 50s instead.
Again,
we'll
the
see how
ball
that
pumped
goes.
high. Reece James going back to Fofana. Fofana goes square now to Sanchez. Sanchez out to Chalobah. Chalobah again under a lot of pressure from Anthony Gordon. Goes backwards again. Doesn't know which way to turn. Goes square. Fofana. Fofana now goes out to Reece James. Now being pressed by Lewis Hall. Dinks the ball forward. Again towards the lap. And Botman does really well to pick that ball up. Everybody asking for a handball. Ramsey.
Never.
Ramsdale, again, it's all nice football from Newcastle, trying to slow the game down. Ball fizzed in now. Oh, Willock. Jesus.
I'm not sure how big of a turn and circle he needed there, but it didn't look very good, did it? But just had something said through to me there.
Turn quicker.
Yeah, well, it was like an oil tanker turning into the Suez Canal, mate. That's the problem. The ball now into Palmer, again being fizzed back to Fofana because it's Hall who's playing all over Palmer at the minute. Chalobah now on the left side. Enzo picking the ball up deep, obviously dropping from that more attacking formation into a deeper role now in the second half with Delap playing up top. Garnacho now picking the ball up for Chelsea. Plays it inside to Caicedo. Now Enzo. Again, Newcastle retreating to the edge of the box. We've seen this before, and it never always goes to plan. But let's see what happens. And again,
Never
Newcastle
always.
forces. Never always. Always never. That's the one.
Sometimes always.
Sometimes never. Maybe. Oh, there's a chance here. Oh, gets a good block on the ball. It's only come to Cucurella, though. Finds Garnacho. Gets it on his right-hand side. Can he shoot from the centre? It's deflected. Come to Cucurella, who fell over. And it's headed away from Murphy to the halfway line. Again, Chelsea are getting closer.
Yeah, I hate to say it, gents, but if it continues in the same vein it has for the first 9 minutes, it's a question of when, not if, Chelsea get that equaliser.
Yeah, here we go. We've picked the ball back up. Lewis Hall, again, just waiting for the challenge. And it's out for a throw into Newcastle. I don't mind it, when we go slow.
No, just take your time. Let's see some dark arts. Let's get the dirty tricks book out.
I mean, it's a case of, again, it's all huff and puff from Chelsea at the minute. But again, it seems to be just leaving it to somebody else at times, Newcastle. I don't like when we get too many bodies back. Oh, Tino fizzes it into Ramsey. Ramsey to Chow. Chow all the way back to Ramsdale, who goes long to the halfway line, up towards Willock. Willock chests it back to Murphy. Murphy now plays the ball into the channel for Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon looks up, plays the ball. Tries to get it back from Fofana. And again, it's just Backill there to play for a Newcastle throw.
Right on the corner flag.
It was Newcastle possession there, was it?
No, it was nice idea as well, because there was a lovely little pocket of space that Murphy challenged. And it was just a shame that Anthony Gordon had to take that extra touch, because unfortunately then it allowed Fofana to get close to him for that pass to come inside. Else it would have been a shooting chance for Murphy. Tino now throws the ball in, but it's not long enough, to be fair. Ball does come out to Ramsey, who heads it back. Hall, I'm going to say, these long throws just need to stop, if I'm honest with you. Again,
I completely agree.
Acrobatic, especially on the right-hand side. They just don't cause any issues whatsoever. Comes out to Chow. Yeah, Chow now finds Willock on the right corner of the penalty area for Chelsea. Livramento. Murphy now, again, faced up by Caicedo. Back down the line to Livramento. Livramento again gets a bit of a deflection from Caicedo. Back off Livramento. And it's a throw-in to Chelsea.
Not quite good enough on the ball there, Livramento, but tough. Not got much space at all there on that right-hand side. Chelsea doing a lot better and closing Newcastle down in the second half.
Yeah, good. Sanchez again under a bit of problems here.
Oh.
Can he get that ball back? Oh, there's a challenge here. Man. Gordon, what are you doing, lad? Goes down dramatically, Gordon, in the penalty area. There's a lot of boos going on, I would imagine, at Stamford Bridge. There's a little dink inside from Palmer. Well read by Ramsey. Ramsey out to Voltamada. Voltamada now under a challenge. Keeps his feet. Referee's playing the advantage. Carry on going. But now, see, that's the trouble. Play the bloody ball instead of trying to run through 4 blue shirts. Yeah. Ball now with Cucurella. Cucurella out to Garnacho. Garnacho again beats one player with a lucky deflection. Can he beat Murphy? No, he can't. It's a corner to Chelsea. Referee is having a look at this one by the looks of it. VAR.
I mean,
No.
There's contact before he touches the ball, but I don't think it's enough. It's not a foul for me, but I can see why he'd look at it.
Well, he definitely was entitled to go down the way the legs intertwined, but it wasn't a foul. Sadly.
Tierney just having a word with Reece James there, the captain.
Reece James doing a bit of a Bruno to the crowd.
Yeah, getting the crowd off their chairs because they've run out of coffee and they don't need a rug anymore. Ball comes in to the near post again. It's a bit scruffy, but Newcastle do manage to get it away for the throw-in to Chelsea. Again, still deep into the VAR check now for a handball. Here we go. Oh, good. Check's over, boys. That was quick.
Which means it definitely wasn't a question.
Look, what's going on with Voltamara there? Because literally he's pushing Chow and Botman out the way there. That's the trouble, isn't it?
It is, but when you're that height, I want a player to go get out the way and get on the end of it. The issue is he didn't get on the end of it.
Yeah, he just pushed the players out the way and didn't get on the end of it. It's crazy. Ball now with Reece James deep on that right-hand side. Ball into the box. Voltamara does get a toe to this one, gets it clear. It's only out to Fofana. Wilk trying to get it out. Fofana now back to Enzo. Enzo picking the ball up for Chelsea. Again, lots of blacks and white shirts. Looks as though Caicedo is going to be the one next to be substituted, boys.
Yeah, on that yellow card, I think the last thing Chelsea want is to go down to 10.
Whoa.
Deflected wide. The ball comes to Joe Pedro. Far too much space given. Again, people fell asleep. I don't know what happened. Midfielders trying to get back into position. And again, it's Ramsey trying to get closer to him. Oh, my God. It's the back end of Chow at the back of his...
Behind
so
his
nobody
back.
questioned. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not going to be done. Ball comes in. Again, it's headed clear by Botman. Come on, you've got to do better there. Gordon. Back to Reece James. Again, Caicedo on the diagonal. Cucurella on the other side now. Cucurella trying to feed it in. Oh, that's going to be a foul. It's going to be a foul. That was a swing and a miss from Fofana.
Yeah, I hope there wasn't much connection there. If to be honest, it looks like he's caught him on the shoulder, actually. Gone for the spectacular. Louis Hall's got into it. Louis Hall's got there first. Yeah, there's not much in that, but it'll be a bit of a sore one.
Yeah, it's all according to how he lands here, unfortunately, because he can't get his arm out. Yeah. You know what I mean? To protect him. So he's up. Anyway, Louis Hall, the maestro. And there you go. The midfield alteration. Caicedo coming off.
And who's it coming on? Lavia.
Lavia. Yeah, Lavia coming on.
I think he's just back from injury, isn't he? Another one that they spent quite a bit on. Yeah,
absolutely. He's got a long-term injury. I mean, it'd be nice to see him to go off again, if I'm honest with you.
Only for the rest of the game. I'd like to add.
Yeah, exactly.
To be politically correct.
Goes up, and again, it's Voltemada. Again, didn't get much on it. Enzo getting entrapped between Ramsey and Voltemada, gets the free kick. Goes down as if he's been shot, but as soon as the whistle's blown, he's back to his feet. Ball goes square. Cucurella. See, Cucurella isn't the best player in the world, footballer, but it's his movement, it's his fitness. He always finds space, and he constantly gives that threat because he's a body that you've got to mark.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, he's a decent player. Spain love him, Spanish fans love him, but here in the UK, he's just a bit of a wind-up merchant, isn't he?
I've never rated him, to be fair. Like I say, he's just a busy player. Enzo, again, I don't mind the movement because, like I say, that upsets opposition. Like I say, that's the only thing I see him good at. Oh, dear. Here we go. It's a goal kick. Voltemada again involved with this one.
I wondered where he was pointing there.
Yeah. He's staying down, Palmer, as if he's been poleaxed by the barge. Let's have a look at this one.
Couldn't see it. The lino was in the way.
I was going to say, the lino's head.
Let's see.
Oh, no simulation whatsoever, mate. It's simulation. He stands on the foot of Voltemada and goes over.
Yeah, we've seen yellow cards given for that recently. Yeah, not a penalty, but there is contact between the two. But
if I was a Chelsea fan, I'd be saying that's a penalty.
There's no contact whatsoever. Yeah, there can't be contact if he stands on the foot of Voltemada. There's only contact via him.
I thought it was Voltemada standing on his foot.
No. It's totally the other way around. It's him, and then he goes over as if he's been kicked. So that should have been a yellow card in my eyes, if I'm honest with you.
But it's another one of those. The contact, there is a slight bit of contact there, and you think the referee, he didn't give it then, but he's probably just going to give it next time, so we can't be putting ourselves in that position.
Now, Hall picking the ball up again, running down this left-hand side.
Well done.
Pulls the ball into the box, and again, it's Fofana gets the block on, and it just gives the breather for Newcastle. J7 looks like he's going to be entering the field any minute now.
Into the sinful 60s.
And Anthony Alanga, by the looks of it.
Do you think Voltemada and Murphy to come off there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I say, he's done well. Voltemada in pockets, but not great. Ball does come into the box, but again, it's headed more up in the air by Delap, causing more danger. Ball's come out to Botman, plays the ball back into the box. It's deflected by Reece James, and it's cleared. But again, it's only going to be picked up by Newcastle. Yeah, Newcastle picked this ball up. Tino Livramento, the last man, Willock down the line. Hall plays the ball in behind. This could be good for Voltemada. Voltemada plays it square. Yeah, he's losing his balance, to be fair. And again, it's picked up by Willock, who leaves it to somebody only he knows, because that wasn't for Lewis Hall. Oh, Palmer now on a gallop down the right-hand side. Lewis Hall doing his best. Tino's on the right-hand side too. Getting on square. They've got bodies over here. Enzo can't control it. Garnacho now running central again into the D. Comes back out to Palmer. Palmer trying to find a shooting angle on that left-hand side. Yeah. Here we go. Garnacho. Reece James to the back stick. Cucurella's there. He's out. He's spare unmarked. Comes out to Enzo. Enzo comes back to Latvia. Latvia now.
Come on, push out.
I'm sure Latvia's a country, but I'll call him that anyway.
Well done.
Reece James. Well done. Willock. Down the line it goes. Just clearing the lines for Anthony Gordon now to put the afterburners on for Fofana. And he does well there, Fofana. Ball comes in, Latvia. Latvia now gives it to Cucurella. Cucurella. Again, Newcastle backtracking into their own last third of the box. Enzo out to Garnacho. Garnacho now picking this ball up. Again, faced off by Murphy this time. Plays the ball inside. Ball comes into the back stick. Headed clear by Botman. Then Willock does a little ball over the top, which is nice for Harvey Barnes now to run onto. Palmer cracking him back. Don't really see that very often. That's okay. Keep the ball. Keep the ball. Willock goes diagonal. Yeah, and again, he's looking to get Murphy in there, but he's out of play. Put too much meat on the grill.
Yeah, the subs have got, subs coming now.
We need it. We need it now. How long do you reckon it's going to take for the yellow card?
I give it 5 minutes.
Answers on a postcard, please. Throw it in. Listen, let's just throw it in the chat now. Give me a minute for how long it takes J7 to get a yellow card. It'll be interesting.
Currently in the 66.
76. I'm going to go 72 minutes.
I'm going to give him a bit of faith, and I'm going to say he's not going to get one. I'm going to be nice.
Nice.
I love losing bets if Cheltenham's anything to go off, so why not lose another one?
The bookies had a field day this year.
They did. Plenty of big winners.
There you go. They could have been the first minute. One. Yeah, exactly. The ball does get deflected from the shot, and again, it's ball comes out to Willock. Willock on the outside now to Livramento on that right-hand side. Again, just slows the play down, drops it back, and Ramsey throws it all the way back to Malik Chow, who goes square to Botman. Botman. Newcastle look more in control against Chelsea, I must admit, when they have the ball. It's now rushing and misplacing balls. Ball again played from J7 into Anthony Gordon. Gordon plays the ball. It's left this time by Murphy to Livramento. Livramento fires it into the box. But again, it's closer to that kebab shop than it is a player from Newcastle.
Yeah. Good play leading up to that cross, though.
Yeah, it was. Very good.
Newcastle have looked pretty decent, to be honest, at times, but we need to stop giving the ball away. If we can cut that out, the silly mistakes and just passing to Chelsea players at times, and more like what we had in that last play, we'll win. We'll go on to win this game, but need to cut out those easy turnovers.
I say, James is taking an age for this ball to get thrown back in. Again, Lewis Hall does well, but it's Delap who picks that ball up, gives it back to Reece James. Down the line it goes, but Anthony Gordon gets a big toe on it, and it's out for another throw in deep in the Chelsea half. Eddie Howe's pointing. He's saying the kebab shop's empty. Get your orders in.
Jolin's just put Enzo on the floor, I think.
Yeah. I think J7's tasked by Enzo now. Oh, look at that. Harvey Barnes literally into the back of Palmer, and he goes down as if he's been hammered. Ball goes wide from Palmer out towards Garnacho, but Tino sees it all the way. The ball's bounced. Can Willock get on the end of this? Willock now. Ball inside to Gordon. Gordon get it out of his feet. Off the post from Anthony Gordon. How close can you be without scoring a
really well done, Willock.
Willock does well there, to be fair. That's the trouble with letting the ball bounce. Oh, it's a good save.
It was a save. I thought it came off the post.
Yeah, great save from Sanchez. Ball comes back from the throw-in to Tino Livramento. Ramsey picking that ball up, who's looked absolutely superb
Keep the
today
kettle
again.
boiling.
Ball dropping back to Lewis Hall on the halfway line, who's gone central. Lewis Hall plays the ball, great ball, up to Willock again on the inside right position. Willock does well to hold off Lavia. Ball comes out to Murphy.
Oh.
Murphy into the box. Oh, Sanchez claims that one in the air. And again, delayed the pass out to Palmer, which was on. But Anthony Gordon saw the danger, so he's dropped it short. Again, Newcastle not interested at all with the ball high up the field of play, retreating back into their own half, allowing Chelsea to have that ball in their half. It's not bad, what I'm seeing so far, boys.
No, I'd be happy if... Well,
It's
I'd
as
be
good as
happy.
we're going to hope for.
Yeah. I'm expecting 10 men behind the ball and Chelsea to have chance after chance. It hasn't quite been like that.
Yeah, but in 70 minutes, it's still Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1 at Stamford Bridge. Ball into Delap now, but he's gone wide. Ball comes square, and it's a great block from Chow. It's a corner. Oh, it's not. He deflected back off Delap for a goal kick. Playing on the shoulder there, Delap. It's a great slider. Yeah, well done, Chow.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Chow. And it's a good ball in behind for Delap as well. It's probably the first time we've seen Chelsea really do anything like that. And it caused some damage. But...
Yes, the dark arts.
Here we are. And the other Rolls Royce. This is the shadow. It's the garage time. Andy Bell.
This is a Morris Minor going in with the.
Yeah, it's one of those luxury cars at the side of it, alongside a Lada. That's what I'm going to say. Andy Bell saying Willock's been tremendous, by the way. Are you what? What?
I think he's been good. I do think he's been well.
He's not been bad. I would say tremendous, though. I think that tremendous word's a bit big, mate. Can he carry that on his shoulders?
I mean, I'll let you know what I think when we do the player ratings later tonight live after the late show. But I might not go as far as tremendous, but I do think he's been very, very good. And I think for a midfield, we Connor sent me through just during half time, but I didn't get a chance to see it. This is the first time we've played without one of J7, Tonali, or Bruno in midfield in the starting 11 since Tonali joined the club. And I have to say, all three of them in midfield have put in a better performance than what we've seen recently from them. So
they've definitely
brilliant.
shift in.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was really struggling to find a form, if I'm honest with you. But you're absolutely right. I think all of them have put a shift in, and they've all done their own little thing, and been tasked to do their own little thing. And what I've loved is the fact that when we've seen Bruno, Tonali, and J7 in the past, we've become very flat in that middle of the park. Today, we've not done that. We've had Willock being up there. We've had Voltamada being up there into the half space. Makes the opposition think, and that's really broken the rhythm up of both teams, in my eyes, to a degree. And it's put the advantage more to Newcastle on the break because there's more bodies to aim for when the ball eventually comes into the box.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for those, Kenny asking the chat, Tonali injured or rested. Got a bit of a bug, a little bit of an illness, probably the one that's been there in the squad recently, but reckon he'll be all right for Barca, I think.
Yeah,
not that
pseudo
I would know.
Injury. It's probably going to take 6 weeks for him to come back. Ball from Ramsey again, fired to the middle, up to J7. J7 out to Botman. Hall now hugging this wing into... Willock. Again, trying to give and go there, and it gives it straight to Fernandez. Enzo. Rhys James plays it. Yeah, again, too tight. It looks great when they come off, but you've got to be a little bit deft at that touch. Again, Cucurella being the man over the top there for the extra, but again, can't beat Ramsdale, who again claims the ball at the near post.
It's on SofaScore. Players' scores watch. 4 Newcastle players have now gone into the green.
Only 4? Disgusting.
I've got 5 on mine. Anthony Gordon, Jacob Murphy, Chow, Botman and Hall.
Yeah, that's fine, isn't it? Or did I say 4?
You said 4.
Yeah, three at the back, Murphy and Gordon.
Yeah. Lewis Hall again picking this ball up. Yeah. Again... It was the delicate little ball. It just didn't quite come off, and he gives it straight back to Lavia. And again, it's Chelsea now playing from the back with Chalobah. Forward it into Pedro. Joe, you know me, is it me or is Joe Pedro just doesn't look bothered, to be fair? His head doesn't seem to be in this game. He's walking. His body language doesn't show a lot.
Oh,
there you go.
Great chance for Chelsea there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Woeful.
Well, if that was it, putting yourself in the shop window for a summer move to Newcastle, son, I think it's just closed. Closed down for other business.
Yeah, it's a great ball in from Reece James into Cucurella. The two fullbacks trying to connect there. Cucurella find it on the penalty spot. Goes to Liam Delap. First time shot, miles over the bar. Not a great effort, but reason for Chelsea to feel a little bit more confident on what the next 15 minutes are going to bring.
15
Yeah, we are 15 to go. Like I say, it does look like Newcastle are happy with a 1-0. I must admit, they're not really pushing for the... Oh, here we go. The Dark Arts again. It's the same player, Willock. He's saying his grind's gone now.
Willock has issues again, says the commentator. And yeah, let's be honest. I don't mind seeing this from Newcastle at all. It's what we did a lot when we were absolutely brilliant in that first season. We finished fourth. Willock will be one of those players who actually, will have a bit of an issue, but it's going to be Dan Burn coming on to replace him. So Newcastle going 5 at the back.
I don't mind, if I'm honest with you. It depends on how we set up. Now, if Tino and Hall move forward, I don't mind that. It's whether they stay as a 5. Well, this is what you need now because they're gonna try and break obviously the mould now and get on with bodies. So for me, that's not a bad change.
No, not at all.
But who else comes off though? Do you reckon Jacob Murphy?
Has to be Murphy for me. Maybe Gordon.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to do in the midweek, isn't it, against Barca?
Yeah. Well, that's
Trippier looks like he's been... Yeah, Trippier's stripped.
Yeah, that's Tino's coming off for trips.
That makes sense.
I think he's had a good 76 minutes, to be fair.
Been brilliant, hasn't it?
Look at this now. They're changing the numbers. Talk about Dark Arts coming back. Rossini is in the back of his ear, of Mad Dog's ear, saying, come on, lad. Even you can write a number down on a piece of paper.
Murphy for Alanga, Big Dan goes captain.
Yeah, there you go. Done okay.
You just know they're going to give 6 or 7 minutes at a time after this.
Of course.
And
but it just gets frustrating.
So.
Yeah, it just gets frustrating, doesn't it? The crowd get really on your back and everything else. So I like it. I do like it at times.
We haven't actually brought Kieran Trippier on.
No, we're going to wait for the next one.
The surgery is beautiful.
Yeah. Which other Rolls Royce is going to go down? That's the question. Enzo now with the ball goes on the diagonal looking for Garnacho. Has he put too much on that one?
Oh, he should have been.
He does well, actually. Yeah, but I tell you, he let him off the hook there for getting that one. But Enzo Fernandez finds himself space. Pedro Cucurella. Oh, was it a handball there? Oh, they're all shouting for a handball. Cucurella's got his hand on his wavy hair. He's saying, come on. It's cleared already, son. And what you saw is what everybody else saw was totally different.
Yeah, it couldn't have been that bad then, could it?
No.
But let's see here.
Shoulder.
Oh, crikey.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
And his arm was by his side.
Ball comes in from Reece James again. It's headed clear, but it's back
down
to Reece James where it come from, which is where you want it. Ball again, back towards that near post, and he's under pressure. Referee has given a goal kick.
Yeah.
Chalobah there. I think there was 2 at the back stick here. Look, 2. Again, Ramsdale didn't get much of it. Chow looked like he got more of it, but he didn't get anything on it at all.
Ramsdale does punch him in the face.
Yeah, he punches him in the side of the face, saying, have a bit of that. Have a bit of Newcastle.
For a footballer, to be fair.
He did.
Well,
look at them. Anton Deck in the crowd. Yeah. It's Deck and Ant, not Ant and Deck. It's ridiculous. You need to turn round, lads. Swap seats.
Poor lads. Can't even sit
Indeed.
together properly anymore.
No. I must admit, they've been together for such a long time, haven't they? I mean, Biker Grove was... is it Biker Grove that they first come on?
Yeah.
The scene?
Yeah,
Wasn't it? Oh, crikey, them were the days. Hall with a throw-in just inside the Chelsea half.
Newcastle slowing it down here, and to be honest, I don't think
Well, shit,
anyone except from Rossignol will be too annoyed about that.
No, ball goes back from Dan Burn to Ramsdale. Goes square to Chow. Again, the two fullbacks go high for the options. It goes up towards Anthony Gordon, but again, not many players in a black and white shirt now forward. Chow heads it clear.
Well done,
Again, this is Cucurella who picks this ball up. It goes back, trying to get some momentum going again, Chelsea. 80 minutes gone, guys. It's Chelsea 0, Newcastle 1 here at Stamford Bridge. And again, as much as Chelsea have had a lot of the ball, a couple of dangerous moments in and around the box, but nothing really to scream at. Apart from the Delap effort in the second half, there's not been anything else I can think of. Ball eventually comes out to Alanga. Can he use his pace to get past Lavia? He comes back inside. Cucurella now dances himself back inside. J7 looking again just to keep hold of the ball.
Just keep hold of the
Tino
ball.
goes back to Chow. Chow on the edge of his box goes square to Botman. Botman now in this game management situation time with 5 at the back, with Hall now going down the line looking for options. Yeah, I would have sent Barnes
done.
there. J7 inside to Ramsey. Ramsey's got the options to go outside to Tino. He does that now. Keep the lads back. That's what I would say. Jacob Ramsey again, who has been absolutely excellent. Anthony Gordon in on his left foot. He's having a shot. Oh, not enough in the corner for me. That would have been much different if it was
Top bag.
dripping. I was saying dripping or dropping just in front of Sanchez. I should have said.
Easy for you to say.
It was. I need to get Wynn's teeth out. You can have them back, mate. I tell you, these Turkish teeth are rubbish. Ball from Lavia fired in to Joe Pedro. Pedro trying to squeeze it in to the space.
Wow.
And
But
this Chow gets pushed by Delap. There seems to be a bit of a collision at first. Chelsea making another change now.
Defender coming on though, Gerald Hato
coming on for Fafana, who's got the other yellow card, yeah. So the two guys with the yellow cards are off the field of play. Fafana and Caicedo.
I'm going to make a bold statement here.
Oh!
Elanga's going to get another one.
All right, I'm happy with that one. What do you think about that, Gary? Is it going to happen?
Yeah, I like it. I'm looking at Kenny's here. Look, we're top of the league for goals conceded in the last 15. It's 15, says Kenny. Kenny! Get some faith, lad. Ball is...
How long is he going to add on?
Oh, he's going to have 10
15.
minutes. I'm going to say, it's going to be 100 minutes here before we finish. Ball comes out to Garnacho. Garnacho picks the ball up. He's now moved over to the right-hand side. Lots of movement from Chelsea to try and upset the ranks of the black and white. But again, it's out with Enzo. First time back to Chalobah. And again, Lavia plays the ball square. Reece James picks the ball up. No press from Newcastle. Garnacho now just trying to feed it into the box. Headed clear by Dan Burn. It's not far. Out to Anthony Gordon on the edge of the box. He's getting pulled by Lavia. Referee Paul Turney sees that one. And it's a free kick to Newcastle. Size from the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at something there, we mentioned at the start of the game, the referee was in the middle of the Chelsea huddle. BBC have already done an article on it with referee Darren Khan saying that it's one of the strangest things he's seen in 50 years of football.
Yeah, absolutely.
But apparently it was because it was Newcastle's kickoff. The referee tried to take control of the situation of the ball on the halfway line to prevent any potential issues, is apparently what they have said here.
But on the penalty spot, I could understand it, but not on the blooming halfway line. Come on.
It's a weird one.
I reckon that's more intimidation, if I'm honest with you, or trying to get intimidation into the Newcastle, into the referee. And again, for me, I think Paul Turney's handled it well. I must admit, there's not been really that many decisions that have gone against us. If I'm honest with you, not like we've had in previous weeks. Anyway, again, lots of space for a blue shirt of Chelsea to go forward into the Newcastle half. Again, it's ball over into Delap now on that
Delap
corner.
does really well there to come
He
out
does.
from 3-1, but
Everybody's left it. Can J7 get it? No. J7's been very
quiet.
Yeah. I say he's not
I
really
heard about your
shown.
bet, man.
yeah. Maybe you said I've got a tenner on myself. Anyway, Palmer dropping deep to collect this ball. Not had much of a sniff in front of goal tonight so far. We have still got 6+ minutes to 5+, I should say now. Palmer again picking that ball up again, trying to curve one and curl one towards that back post, and that's where Delap comes in his own a little bit there, trying to flick one in, but it's gone wide.
Yeah, good effort given it's a good cross from the right hand side. Delap just gets a glance on it, and that's why they brought him in, isn't it? Really, for those situations, you can see the fact that they're flooding crosses into the box. It's like they're Newcastle in this scenario. There's so many crosses, and just to add there as well, Ramsdale picked up a yellow card earlier, just for I believe it was time wasting on the free kick just a minute ago. So he's the first Newcastle player to pick up a booking.
I don't mind him getting a yellow card, if I'm honest with you. It doesn't matter, if I'm honest. Lee says, Becker says, Ruddy on for Chow. 2 keepers. That'd be interesting, lads. Lavia now picking the ball up just inside the Chelsea half. Plays it back to Reece James again. A wall of black and white in front of the blue-shirted Chelsea. Just trying to get something going here. Lavia, again, central figure, cows the ball wide to the right-hand side, and Garnacho. Lots of movement, but Garnacho decides to go back into the middle with Lavia on the edge of the box again. Ramsey's stopping it.
Ooh.
Ball does get picked. The ball done trying to get fizzed through to Garnacho from Lavia, and it's big Harvey Barnes who's defending
tool.
well. Yeah. It was Turf Toe Barnes gets that ball out of play for a corner to Chelsea. Again, trying to work the ball into that penalty spot. Ball's headed clear by Botman, who's had a good game for me. The back three. Back four, I should say, I've had a good game, if I'm honest with you. Well done, Lewis Hall again. Watching the ball with Hato. Ball dropping back. Then it goes long down the line, but again, there's no white shirts that far on the halfway line.
They won't score from there.
No. I would have liked it a bit deeper, if I'm honest. Maybe in that kebab shop. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, just get it out.
Yeah, Reece James with Lavia now playing again into Joe Pedro. Pedro trying to play Palmer in, but again, it's just hoofed to the halfway line again. And again, no black and white shirts anywhere near that. Lavia, there's 4 men back against Anthony Gordon at the minute. Enzo again being very quiet, ball over the top, but it's J7, the big frame of J7 that stops that one. Chalobah playing right centre back now. Chalobah, Reece James down the right. Palmer now again trying to take on Burn. Did that not go out?
It looked like it, yeah.
I thought it did, but the lino was right there, to be fair.
Yeah. I bet he's a Chelsea pensioner. Anyway, the ball eventually comes out to Garnacho, who's moved back over to that left-hand side. Ball out.
Come on, no.
So
Let's
easy
see some
for
time
Ramsdale
management here.
to pick up that ball, who rolls it out. And there's a lot of sullen faces at Stamford Bridge. Dan Burn now plays the ball along the floor up to Anthony Gordon, does well. Plays the ball back to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes gets a little bit of a nudge in the back. And again, it's the Tom Daly's back, but he'll take it this late in the game, I'll tell you.
I was going to say, two relatively strong shoves there. And, you're always going to go down no matter the contact there, but stupid from Chelsea, really. If I'm a Chelsea fan, I'm fuming at that.
Yeah, going nowhere, if I'm honest. Again, we're looking at Deck and Ant rather than Ant and Deck. And they, I'm going to say, live in London now, so not far for them to travel.
Oh, yellow card for Lewis Hall for time wasting.
Yes, good spot. They reckon there's going to be 8 minutes added on, by the way. Not confirmed, but that's what they reckon it's going to be.
Well, I've got my little stop clock on my thing here, and I've stopped it every time, and I've got 9 minutes, so I'll take 8.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, referee. Cucurella screaming, Mr. Tierney, for everything now. So Would-be Farmer saying...
What he's saying is he should have played advantage.
Yeah, Would-be Turner saying it's going to be 12 minutes then. If you've got 8 and he's got 9, it's going to be 12.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise you, would you?
Oh, can you believe it? Arsenal have just taken the lead. Gyökeres in the 89th minute. Arsenal 1, Everton 0. Yay! Oh, Reece James with a bad touch. And again, gets the foul on Anthony Gordon. I think, you know what? I'd take him off now and throw a Stooler on.
Yeah, just get him running.
Yeah.
8 minutes.
8 minutes! There you go. You're spot on, mate.
Absolutely spot on. And to be honest, I'll take it because I said about, 60, 65 minutes in, I thought he was going to add 10 on. So I think 8 might be a little bit of a blessing for Newcastle, but hopefully it's not.
But we're in the naughty 90s.
Yeah, naughty 90s. Ball on the diagonal, long into this corner with Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes gets it on his shoulder. And again, that's going to go through to Sanchez. Thinks about throwing it long, but decides just to throw it out short. Chelsea now again with all the Newcastle players backtracking.
Now, no pressing now.
No press at all now. This is what worries me though sometimes, guys.
And me.
But again, I've not seen anything of much danger from Chelsea in and around the penalty area. They've huffed and puffed, but not really looked like cutting us open. Lavia picking the ball up, playing the ball out to this right-hand side. Garnacho again coming to this right-hand side, goes central again. Palmer can't get it from out of his feet. J7 in the back of Palmer. Ooh, the Palmer there doing a little bit of a session of a donkey, I think that is his expression.
Seen Palmer score from here.
Oh, yeah. It's more of a, how can I put it? It is Palmer's range. Not Palmer's range, Reese's range. Similar to the one, a bit closer, wasn't he, when he scored against us the last time?
High, wide, and not very handsome, I'm telling you. That's where it's going.
Let's fingers crossed. Oh.
Because James took a shot from a similar range last time, didn't he? Bit more of an angle on it that time.
Yeah. He seems to be better at these dead ball situations than he does.
There was argument as to whether Pope should have saved it, wasn't there?
Yeah. Arsenal now go 10 points. Here we go. Ball, James. Oh! Crikey. It was beautiful. It was a great hit, to be fair. Just bounced.
It was a
Look at that. Off the side.
It's a post.
Yeah, off the side of the post. That was a hell of a shot. That was, I'll tell you now.
If that's 6 inches further in, that's a goal.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
God, that was an absolutely superb shot. And I said it's within his range. It certainly is. Ball goes long again, but it's cleared this time by Chalobah. Again, headed up in the air. And again, it's J7 who wins that ball back against Enzo. And Tino Livramento now trying to get, just kicks it out of play. Tino, to be fair. Cucurella throws the ball back. And Chalobah in centre goes again. Reece James in his own half. Again, not looking very urgent at Chelsea at the minute to get that ball forward. 93 minutes on the clock. Say 5 more to go. Ball now down that left-hand side. Enzo with Cucurella plays the ball inside. João Pedro. Again, been disappointing for me. Well done. Elanga gets another toe on it. Throw into Chelsea. Played early. Cucurella into Enzo. Lavia. Reece James now. Central. Palmer. Again, trying to work his magic on his left-hand foot. Trying to play in between Luis Hall and Garnacho.
Oh, referee.
Oh, referee. Cucurella again. Coming in and throwing a foot into Luis Hall. That's the problem with Cucurella. Hothead. He's a smaller version of J7, if I'm honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
Hull did make a little bit of a meal of it. You can't see by the jump. It's the almost frog jump, arms and legs going out, but it's 100% a foul. It's stupid from Cooper.
It's absolutely crazy. To try and get that ball back. Again, Ramsdale now goes long over the halfway line. Again, looking up towards Anthony Gordon, who's just allowed that to get over his head, and Reece James to throw in now. And again, Newcastle pressing all the way, and it's hard for Reece James to throw this ball back in. And again, he just goes long after the reply from Lavia. Delap plays the ball inside, looking for Joe Pedro.
Ramsey.
Joe Pedro does win against Ramsey there, but again, it's behind Enzo. Falls to Cucurella. Ball into the box and it ended up in the air, and Big Dan Burn heads it out for a corner. Just anywhere will do. Andrew Spence, thank you very much. Love listening to Gary. He's always so happy and calm. Well, most of the time. He takes away my stress. Thanks, mate. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I would love it if you get these 3 points, I'll tell you now.
Yeah, great there. Lewis Hall to get the initial ball. The header goes up rather than back towards goal, and Dan Burn just knocks it out for a corner. Great stuff.
Ball in from Palmer now. Again, edge of the 6-yard box, headed cleared. It's only come to Reece James. Reece James back out to Palmer. First time back in. Big Dan Burn clears it. Throw into Chelsea. Again, it's a lot of huff and puff from Chelsea. Two balls on the pitch. Referee, what are you going to do? Everybody stopped. Take it again. Oh, I love it. There's some housery going on in a black and white shirt. We don't see it very often.
Much nicer team now than what we used to be, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Ball, Palmer now with the 3 men in front of him. He's trying to find a way through. Has to go back. James. Chalobah. Again, it's all square. Garnacho on that left-hand side again now. Plays the ball into Enzo. Enzo's got a bit of space to shoot. Deflected by Ramsey. Can it come out to Gordon? No, it's just toe poked off him. Reece James again got a bit of space to run into, but decides enough is enough. Plays the ball into the face of Botman, who gets a kick, but the referee says nothing on that one. Again, Lavia. Yeah, Lavia. Anthony Gordon. There's a chance here. Playing the ball to Barnes. Barnes goes forward. Alanga now with a run into this corner. Can he get it? No, he can't. No, the race was not won by Alanga. 97th minute, guys. 90 seconds to go. Come on, the boys.
I don't think that's been Lewis Hall got booked for time wasting. So they might add another.
Enzo squared again to Reece James. Reece James again looking up. Palmer now dinks the ball in. Oh, there's a chance. Oh, Enzo dipping the ball over the top. Joe Pedro heads it, gets a little flick on it, but it's over the bar. And that'll be it, I think. Take that 30 seconds now.
40 seconds left on the clock for Newcastle. It's probably going to go over, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But Newcastle holding on well here so far.
Here we go. Ramsdale throwing everybody forward. Big, long kick. Again, well into the half of Chelsea. Again, Anthony Gordon chasing down Reece James, trying to get that ball back. He does well. Just deflected off him. And again, it's throw into Chelsea deep in their own half. Again, Enzo picking the ball up on the halfway line now. Again, blue shirts driving themselves forward. Ball played out to Palmer on this right-hand side. That's it. We've done it. Get in. Get in. Up the league we go. Come on.
Up the Premier League we go.
I tell you what, I don't think anyone would have expected Newcastle to get a clean sheet at Stamford Bridge today. Great defensive performance.
Look at this celebration. Good.
Oh, I love this. Absolutely fantastic. And you know what? As much as we all question the starting lineup, that team worked hard.
Fantastic.
Absolutely incredible. Incredible.
All the way through the build-up, we're talking about how we've struggled in Europe. We didn't struggle today. Brilliant.
And there's the 50 wins in the capital.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the one. And like I say, Arsenal going 2-0 up
And
against
the
Everton.
Stamford Bridge curses.
So 10 points ahead of 10 points ahead of Man City, who've got 2 games in hand. So it's all looking very tight again at the top. If Man City can go and get them wins, and again, you have to ask yourself, is it better to have them in the bank, or is it better to have the games in the bank? I always think it's better to have them. Have them on the table. Then it's up to everybody else to go and get them. Let's have a quick sneaky peek then at the Premier League as we stand at the minute. Again, we have moved up to that 9th position, which is what we were anticipating. Again, there's still lots of games to come. Now, here we go. There you go. Newcastle proudly in 9th. Again, some of the results have gone for us. And again, we are now closing in on, as Wynne says, 5th position. still 7.
Only 6 points.
Only 6 points.
Bring them on.
Yeah, absolutely. Mind the gap, everybody's shouting.
Mind the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's an interesting one. Like I say, still a few games to go. But wow, I will give this any day, because this was one of them games that I just couldn't see. A draw, as Michael said at the start of the game, would have been happy for me. But to get all 3 points at Stamford Bridge, a place that we've struggled to get anything in the past. Last thoughts, lads.
Look,
over
do you want to start?
The proverbial moon. As I say, really, really concerned when I saw that starting lineup. And as was it Connor pointed out, that's the first time in 4 years we've had Tonali now. First time in 4 years since we signed Tonali. Well, okay, Bruno did come on at the end, but we've started without Bruno, Tonali, or J7, any of them in midfield. And that to me looked to be a real worry. But, I'm saying unfounded. I don't know if we did brilliantly in midfield, to be fair. But we certainly defended as if our lives depended on it. And we got the goal that mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, Chris will bring you the post-match analysis with the phone in. Like I say, so you can say that I can see straight away somebody's got a 9 out of 10, according to the Chronicle. I'm going to let you, Michael, decide whether that's right or wrong. But if I can, ask all of you guys that are out there in Viewland, thank you ever so much for being with us the entirety, for the build-up. Thanks to the twins and Sean for helping us on that pre-match warm-up. And well done for Newcastle to get that win. Anthony Gordon on 18 minutes from the pass from Willock, who again, everybody, for me, put a shift in today. May not have all been pretty, but when you get the result, doesn't have to be. 1-0, Barcelona next.
I'm guessing Anthony Gordon got the 10.
I haven't seen. I haven't seen. I've just seen that there's one got 9 out of 10. I didn't say there was a 10. I don't think that there was anybody that good. But it was excellent. So like I say, jump on board with Chris if you want to come and have your say. It's lovely to hear from you. But from myself, Michael, and the mighty Wynne, away the lads!
Away the lads!
Indeed. And if you can, just before you go, smash subscribe and don't forget to like that. Smash that like button if you can. And let's say if you could want to, and you want to hear more of us, because like I say, I love doing this with these boys.
You will be transferred straight away to the reaction.
Yeah, straight away. Like I say, give us a membership. Like I say, all your support helps us go further. We have got more coming in the future. But until Barcelona, until Monday, I suppose. I'll see you on the next one. Take care.
Away the lads!
Away the lads.